Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the fourth and final day of Money Forum Live. And I'm pumped up. I'm excited. I see that we have a lot of folks here on air, on camera, that have been part of this journey for the last 4 days now. And here we are at the very end, the tail end of it. And I'm excited because as this program was designed and facilitated with the brilliant minds at Ace Productions and Top Talent and all of these incredible partners and associates and speakers. The premise of this was to help enlighten folks and educate folks and inspire folks. And for 3 days now, we have been able to pick the brain of well-known speakers and people that have not been in the spotlight, not been in the forefront, not been in the limelight. And we did that intentionally. And for a lot of folks, it was their first time ever being interviewed, but they've been successful business people, successful entrepreneurs in unique markets that were handpicked for us to be able to dissect their minds and present opportunities for the people watching. And now that you've spent 3 days learning, writing, educating, and being inspired to take action, we wanted to end it by continuing to do that, but also having an emphasis today on the power of giving back. And so today we're going to have some philanthropists, humanitarians, professionals, successful business people. But the theme of the day is going to be giving back. Now that you've spent 3 days learning how to make money, now we're going to teach you how to give it all away. How exciting is that, Carissa, Adora, and David?
Well, I think that is the most sacred thing about money is your ability and what you can do with it and how you can raise the consciousness of the world in ways you can give back and be generous. So I'm really looking forward to contributing to this conversation as well as hearing what a lot of other people have to say. So I'm excited. Yes.
Yeah. We've got Roosevelt Williams III coming up here today. We've got Oren Checkmate Hudson. I don't know if you know who he is. On the agenda for today, we're adding some people. Angela, Kay coming up today. Some people that aren't just successful entrepreneurs, but are also giving back, and it's a part of their business. It's not like an extra thing or a side thing. It's literally built into the day-to-day. We're excited to share some of the things that we've done in Bangladesh and Kenya. We were just in Kenya last November. We go back again in 5-6 weeks. Actually a month. Oh my goodness, a month. We'll be back in Kenya doing another keynote tour with several different universities and high schools. So we've got some cool video to share. So yeah, today's going to be fun. It's going to be special. It's going to be different.
Awesome. Yes. So if you got a little afraid, we're not going to show you how to give all the money away unless that's what you want. that's what you want to do, but how to give it away. And that's one of the best things about, we all are earning for different reasons, whether it's to help our families, to help our communities, both. And when you're just in this survival place, it's challenging. You can think it's challenging to do that. But like David said, like Carissa, like Mo said, moving into contribution and generosity opens more for a lot of different reasons, for a lot of different people. But I love so much that we're diving into this today. And I believe that was Mr. Mo Rock's idea. So well done. And
it was not my idea. It was David's idea. And I just amplified the idea. So I'm going to teach you guys a secret here live on the air. When someone throws out a good idea, your job is to amplify the idea. Yes. And then people think it was your idea. That's what happened here just now. But thank you for that, Adora. Isabel, I'm curious how you have felt so far, being one of the executive producers of Money Forum Live, alongside the likes of David Meltzer, Naveen Jain, Les Schultz, and so many incredible entrepreneurs that are either household names or choose to keep a low profile that we're able to get on the air here, like producers of some top-rated television programs out of Wall Street. Isabel, how do you feel so far about the work we're doing to do this as a community service for the world? And how excited are you for the final day, the final day of us being able to spend some time together with these incredible thought leaders and also delve into an emphasis today of the power of giving back. Please, Isabel.
Yes, it is so powerful, the conversations that we're having with people, but is it better to tell someone to give, serve, and share, or be an example of someone who gives, serves, and shares? People are giving their time, their advice, their insight. They're sharing their knowledge, their struggles, what they have discovered along the way that works best for them, in hopes that it will make a massive impact for the individual listeners that are here, because there is so much to do, and the only way to effectively do all those things is to have the right tools in our war chest, as David has said before. What I am so grateful for the speakers that have come on here today is that, yeah, even if it is their first time being interviewed on a platform like this, they were still willing to come out and risk, be like, oh, I should have said this, I should have done that, I should have. But if we keep our lives kept around the idea of, I can't do this until I'm at this certain caliber, then no one is ever going to be ready for anything. You have to be willing to put yourself out there, to embrace the learning curves in order to be on platforms like this, to find success. And what I love as well is we're here, we're connecting, we're talking, we're having these in-depth conversations on a variety of topics that will relate to everybody, may relate to some people, but the most important aspect of that is we're having those conversations and we're putting them in the forefront.
That's great. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys to meet Oren Checkmate Hudson. I'll do a little introduction for him, but first, we just want to thank the Tribune. I know as a lot of you guys are listening, it's like, who are all these people? Where are they all coming from? Well, we owe it all to the Tribune. None of us here are really the Tribune. We are people who have been honored to write articles and guest co-host and be affiliated with the Tribune. A lot of us here work with other people and are well connected, and so it's an honor to be able to bring some of the people that we know to this platform. It's not our platform, but that's what the Los Angeles Tribune is so great about, is wanting to share not just the news in general, but the good news and leadership news and entrepreneur news, celebrity news at times. And so in the spirit of that, I just want to, as we're starting today, just thank the Tribune for giving us all this platform that is helping get the word out. You guys are going to like this first guest, Oren Checkmate Hudson. Oren, I put you on camera there, so you are on camera. Oren's somebody who's is last minute, so I'm testing Oren. I'm like, all right, Oren, I know you've done a lot of big media and big interviews, local TV, national TV. You've done it all. Let me give everybody a little bit more information on Oren, because he is
Can I do a mic check?
Alabama state trooper, Air Force veteran. He is a renowned chess champion. He actually wrote the Amazon best-selling book, One Move at a Time, How to Win at Chess in Life. Very captivating speaker, facilitator. Still works in Georgia with his nonprofit, which works with a lot of youth, leadership skills, but it all involves chess. And I kind of want to give you the mic here, Oren, and I know these ladies are going to have a few questions for you as well, but tell us how you went from state trooper to chess youth enthusiast and nonprofit. How did that happen?
Well, first of all, I want to do a mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Great. Thank you. 7 people were shot in a robbery for $2,000. And I said to myself, bad things continue to happen when concerned people fail to make boss moves. I made a boss move and started Be Someone to teach young people to put brains before bullets and to think it out, don't shoot it out. The only way to fight is to use your head.
Right.
And so here I am 21 years later using the game of chess to teach young people 6 magic words. Take time to think things through. Don't do the first thing that pops in your head. The first thing that pops in your head is usually a trap.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and that is the experiences that you must have gone through.
I've seen firsthand.
Or tough conversations to have.
You can go to the jail system and you can ask people, "Hey, why are you here?" I did the first thing about the man. How about you? I did the first thing about the my head. What about you? I did the first thing about the man. Yeah, we got to pause, ponder, pray, pivot, proceed. Then you prosper.
Yeah.
But the only way even the computer, when I'm playing the computer say, I'm going to do this move. And then the computer say, wait a minute. No, I'm not. No, if I do that, I lose 10 moves down the road. I can't do it. And it'll change his mind. And that's what we have to do. We have to think it through and go, long-term calculation, think it through. Long-term success, this instant gratification is garbage. You got to learn how to delay gratification. I was playing a student the other day, and I had a queen. I could take his queen for free. In chess, the queen is about 5 apiece. But I delayed. I said, I don't want the queen right now. I got some other stuff I'm going to do, and then I'll get the queen later. And they go, oh, my God, that was brilliant. So we teaching them by actual experience how to delay gratification.
Yeah. Tell us more about the youth that are involved, where you're finding them. Is this a daily thing that they do? Is it a weekly thing?
It's a daily thing. I show up in school. I show up in schools and I put money on the line. If they can beat me, they're trying to win this money, and I'm teaching them. They think it's a game, but I'm teaching them protocol. I'm teaching them how to wake up winning. I'm teaching them to be givers, not takers. The word love means to look for the good. The word love means to give without expecting anything in return. And when you move with love, you're moving with God. And when you're moving with God, you will always reach your destination because God is love. So I'm teaching children by actual experience how to be a good person. I'm doing a free event next Saturday, February the 25th. Free food, free parking, free training. I've done more free food, free parking, training events than anybody alive because I show the children and people by actual experience. I show them the sermon. I don't tell them. I show them. They see how I operate. I love helping other people. Here's why. What you sincerely desire for others will happen for you.
Quantify this for us a little bit more. How many students do you think have gone through your program? How many years have you been doing it? Is it just in Georgia? Are you in other states now?
All over. I've been to Bangladesh. I've been to the Philippines. I've been to Canada. I've been to India. I've been all over the world. Dubai. I've trained over 88,000 kids. My goal is 1 million, so I'm behind schedule. But I get a kick out of showing people how to navigate through the complexities of life. I show people how to walk on water because I show them where the rocks are. And if you know where the rocks are and you can avoid the landmine, then you can win. And that's what I do. Hey, hold up and wait before you make a mistake. Don't do that. Yeah. That's a bad move. You're going to lose.
And what I love is that what you said earlier is that, you were able to take the kid's queen a lot earlier, but instead you delayed that. What that shows me is that you're not only showing them, hey, this could have happened a lot sooner, but because I saw this, I was able to make this game go longer. I was able to make the strategies go longer. Coming from the field that you were in previously, how did you discover your passion for chess and in working with these kids and teaching them these life lessons?
Well, I was a gang member in my teens. I was 13 years old making bad decisions. This white teacher came out of nowhere and said, I'm going to teach you how to think. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm going to teach you chess. I said, no. I'm a checker guru. He said, checkers, you use a half of the board. He said, checkers, you just half stepping. He said, chess, you using every single square in the board. He said, checkers is all men. He said, chess, the female is the most powerful piece on the board. I said, let's get on with the classes. He played the female card on me. And not only did he play the female card on me, he played the female card from the bottom of the deck.
I like it.
This is incredible. This is Money Forum Live, and we're in day 4, and we're talking with folks that are renowned in various different fields to help uplift, inspire our audience. Here we see our special guest on the cover of Sports Illustrated magazine for teens. You've been, in so many different national publications because of the work you do to help inspire the youth of the nation. And let's have a chess conversation briefly, because a lot of people, they don't realize, Oren, at least in my personal point of view, I don't know if you agree or disagree, but chess is life. If you learn chess, you're learning life.
Man, you learn life. Chess is about managing resources. Life is about managing resources. The opposite of wealth is not poor. The opposite of wealth is mismanagement of resources. Poor is just a reflection of how you manage your resources. Mike Tyson, $1 billion gone. Why? It's not having the resources. It's the mismanagement of resources that will take you out. Whatever you mismanage, you will lose. When Jesus walked up to the fig tree and the fig tree did not manage the fig, Jesus lost his cool. So whatever you mismanage will be God. Jesus said you out and took the fig tree out. And so that's the only time he lost his cool. I mean, so when you mismanage your resource, life is chess because you got to manage what you have. It's not where you line up, it's where you wind up. We have everything I need to win the game. In fact, I have more than enough to win the game because I can take some pieces off and still beat you guys. Okay, I'll take a few more pieces off and still win. So I have more than enough to win the game.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
Oh, go ahead, Mo.
No, please, Isabel.
It's understanding that even though you have a finite amount of resources, there's a lot of things you can do with those resources. It's not the capacity of which you can use them all, but the strategy of which you can use them to help you get a certain goal, whether it's to win, whether it's to prolong the game, whether it's just to teach a lesson, whether it's just an educational purpose. How you utilize those resources is where a lot of conversations can truly begin because you have a goal in mind before the game's even begun.
I was in New York and Magnus Carlsen won $2 million in a chess match by simply doing something everybody in the audience thought was stupid. He gave his queen away for free. He didn't take anything for it. He didn't get no pawn. He didn't get no rook. He didn't get anything. He gave away for free, but that's how you win the game. It looks like an unfair exchange, but that's how you win the game. People don't understand. It takes courage to succeed. It takes guts. Sacrifices must be made in order to have a breakthrough.
What do you think is a situation or conversation that you had with a student where they taught you something versus you going there with the intent of educating them? I
was playing this 4-year-old and they took my pawn and I took their pawn back, and the 4-year-old taught me something I didn't know. He said dollar for dollar. I was like, whoa, that's kind of cute. It was. The pawn is worth one. My pawn was worth one. So he told me dollar for dollar. So I'm always picking up from people. I learned from David. I thank God for David. David is who invited me here. But I'm always learning from people. Everyone you meet is your teacher. My mom taught me this because this drunk, the city drunk, came to my mom and said, that flower you bought is no longer flour, it's poison oak. And so my mom called me and said, this drunk is crazy. And then Crew Green called and told her, Crew Green showed up and go, that it's poison oak. And she said, oh my God, that drunk was right. So everyone you meet is your teacher. Everyone you meet can tell you something that you may not be aware of. Everybody have blind spots.
And we're having conversations like this, the last few days where you always have to show up and be the student because you never know who your teacher is going to be. You don't know what's going to teach you about, the real estate, stocks, AI, chess. You never know what's going to happen or what you will learn in that day or from who. So you always have to be willing to come in the mindset of, okay, I'm going to learn something today. I don't know from who, I don't know how or when or why, but it's going to happen and it's going to make an impact, whether for me in this moment or a year from now, or for someone else that I may know.
Everyone you meet is your teacher. Everyone you meet knows something that you don't know. The purpose of your life is to find out what you don't know. And what you know is 1%. The 99%, you got to figure it out. And you do it by trial and error. Make it okay to fail. Failure is your friend. Failure tells you what to do. Failure is data. And failure are the bricks you collect to build your mansion. You need data to win. Failure is information, and you succeed by getting information. So make it okay to fail. Learn from every decision that you make. Learn from everyone you meet, and everyone you meet is your teacher. And treat everyone you meet like the most important person in the world, and you'll never make a mistake again in your life.
Amazing. Day 4 of Money Forum Live. We're here with one of People Magazine's heroes amongst us, Oren Hudson. You've seen him on the cover of Sports Illustrated for teens, and he's done so many incredible things. And when we thought about who do we want to kick off day 4, Oren Hudson is the perfect figure because he's dedicated his life to giving back, especially to those that are often forgotten by mainstream society. Oren Hudson, those inner city youth that just need a good North Star, those inner city youth that need to understand the game of life, which is, in my view, the game of chess. And you mentioned something powerful. You said somebody gave the queen away in a game and still won. And how many times in life do people start the game thinking that they don't have a queen, they don't have a bishop, they're sitting there with 5 pawns trying to protect their king, but yet somehow they can strategically end up winning the game. And so I love how you demonstrated the game of chess as a game of being resourceful. And there's a lot of folks watching this right now that are aspiring entrepreneurs, and they're feeling the pressure because of the changing world that we're in. We spent day 1 speaking with an expert of artificial intelligence who gave a free live workshop, live on the air, educating people on how to use Chat GPT. I mean, this is access to some of the world's preeminent experts that we've been able to provide here on Money Forum Live. And with that being said, Oren, I want you to touch a little bit more on this idea of being resourceful. You know, sometimes you have less resources on the board, but you still end up winning the game. I think that's a very powerful point that we can double down on. And also, what made Bobby Fischer so great? And is he your favorite chess player? Go ahead.
Yeah, I love Bobby Fischer. But Bobby Fischer is the first American to beat the Russians in chess, and he did it in style. He was very good, and you can look at some of his games and you can learn a lot. So being resourceful is key. But here's another way of saying it: do more with less. And always remember, you have more than enough to win the game. You have your mind, you have your ability, you have your talents, and you have time. But it's the allocation and movement of your resources that will determine the rate of return. Movement is life, and nothing happens until something moves. You got to move, and you got to make it okay to move. And most people are afraid to move because they're afraid they're going to fail. But you got to you got to say, well, you know what? You got to get data, which is failing a lot. And then also you have to lean on other people. You have to allow other people to step in front of you so that you can make your next move your best move. Don't do the first thing that pops in your head. Your first crack could be a whack, and you can't take it back. So think before you act.
That was so good. You're getting applause in the audience, and we can see it in the green room. This is so great, Oren. And one thing I want to know is, I know that a lot of our audience are people who see themselves as wanting to make a contribution, as wanting to treat everybody like they're the most important person in the room. And we know from our friend that David Fagan brought to us at Newcom that when people are in fight or flight, they leave their main identity, and they often respond and react to their children, to their community, and show up in ways that they're like, that's not me. So what is your answer to how you handle that? Like when you've had those moments in your own life that you're not showing up, treating people the way that you want, talking about people, using resources the way that you want, how did you course correct? And what do you have to say to our audience that is, has been through something in the past 3 years as a global community?
Here's a teachable moment. What looks like a bad move is a good move. And what oftentimes will look like a good move is a bad move. So success is a paradox. People say, well, if I give, I lose. No, you give, you win. Let me give you an example. I helped this kid the other day. I didn't know him from Adam. I helped him. I got him a job. I got him a haircut, got him cleaned up and everything. He called his uncle in tears, crying. And his uncle came by and brought me a check. I was like, wow. See, it's after what you think. People don't understand the power of giving and serving other people. Give without expecting anything in return, and whatever you want will come to you automatically.
Yes.
The word love means to give without expecting anything in return. The word love means to look for the good. If you're looking for the good and you give without expecting anything in return, miracles happen. When I was a state trooper, I had the blue light, the badge, the bulletproof vest, but everybody I stopped, I treat them like the most important person in the world, because what you put out will come back. Be kind, be a good person, make people cry with tears of joy. Go out of your way to help. Every week I blow somebody's mind. I make them cry with joy because I do something nobody on the planet would do. That's how I roll. The guy said my car broke down. I said, come get my car and drive it and do what you got to do for a couple of days. But you don't know me. Yeah, I don't know you, but you know what? This car is really not even mine in the first place. I'm just a janitor. I don't own this school. I have keys to the school, but I'm just a steward. And we have to understand, we just a steward. Help everybody that you can, because what you put out will come back.
Yes. It's always important to teach, you know, the youth at a very young age that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to say, I don't know the answer to this, but I want to have an answer to these questions. What is a conversation or piece of advice you would give to a student who is afraid to ask, not just because of the environment that they grew up in, whether it's in the home or in the school or in the community? What's something that you would give them and share as an insight of it's okay to ask for help, regardless of, you know, where it is that you're coming from?
Well, I take them in my home and I say, listen, I have several mentors. I have a lot of people on speed dial. And before I make a critical move, I run it by other people. And I have, you know, I write something and I'll send it to people and nobody will see it. I send one more person. They'll say, oh man, your name is spelled wrong. So you have to let people step in front of you to guide you. Here's why. The Bible say in a multitude of counsel, there's safety. So make it okay to lean on other people. Reach out to David. David is a bad boy. So, you know, reach out to David. Reach out to other people and think, Angel, what do you think here? What do you see I'm not seeing? What's missing? What do you see that's missing? I think this move. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Oren, thank you for coming on today. You're a perfect way to kick off a day. Thank you for, you know, showing up and just being you. You know, I knew I could count on you to bring the energy and the stories, and you're exactly what we needed. I hope to have you on more in the future. I know the Tribune would love to profile you. You've had a lot of great press because you are constantly paying it forward. I'm going to start to wrap it up here, and I'm going to give you the last word, so to speak. You can just kind of share whatever you want to share. But one thing I would love for you to include before you kind of wrap it up is a little bit about the police and people dynamic. I think that as much as you've shared, you're still being a little bit humble. I know you've done a lot of good out there with the public because the police haven't always had the best relationship with people. And I know that you've done a lot of good in the world, turning around and serving and helping people and repairing relationships. And so speak to that if you'd like to, but go ahead. Now we're going to give you the last word and you can wrap up here and we're going to move on. But thank you so much for coming on.
Well, you know, I was a state trooper for 7 years. I had the blue light, the badge, the bulletproof vest, but everybody I stopped, I treated them like it was me because that person is me. The purpose of the law enforcement is to serve and protect. And a lot of people think they have power, but here's the good news. Power is an illusion. I don't have no power on you. Yes, I have you on radar 100. Yes, the judge want me to tow your car. Yes, she want to see you, but you know what? I'm not going to put 100 on this ticket. Why? Because I don't want you to go to jail, and I know the judge going to throw you in jail, and I know she going to knock you in the head. So guess what? I'm going to bump your speed down, save you about $5,000 on this transaction. Oh, man, now he's happy. So treat people like it's you because that person is you. If you can have grace and mercy, do it because we all are one. I have to sleep at night. I have to know that I did everything in my power as a law enforcement officer to be kind, to be courteous, to be respectful. If I was on trial for my life from somebody that I stopped, oh, I'm good. I'm safe because I treated them like, I gave them love. I made them be happy. He saved me money. He could have knocked me in the head. He didn't. I'll laugh. I won't need a lawyer then because I know I treated everybody I stopped good, fair, like it was me, and I let them win. Somehow or another, you won. Somehow or another, I gave you mercy. Yes, I saved you some. I got you maybe 3 violations. I'm gonna give you 1 ticket. I'm gonna give you the cheapest one. Boom. They left happy, even though it was a bad situation. But that's who I am. My life is about serving other people. I love people. I care for people because we all are one. And when you win, I win. It's not over until you win.
Thank you, Oren. Thank you. You don't look old enough to be retired state trooper and all the years working with kids. I I don't know what deals you've made, but you're aging well, my friend. You're aging well. We'll have you back again soon on one of our platforms, on one of our events. And I know the Tribune's glad that we were able to bring you on here today. Don't be surprised if they reach out to profile you or interview you.
BeSomeone.org is the website, and I came up with the name Be Someone because Abraham Lincoln, his mother, her last words on the planet, Abraham Lincoln, was be someone. And even though Abraham Lincoln had failed many times running for public office, Abraham Lincoln took those 2 words, be someone, all the way to the White House. So my assignment in life is to empower young people to be someone and make every move count. Get your head up, get your pants up, get your grades up. And the big one, never give up. Your mind is a pearl. You can change the world.
Get your pants up, get your grades up.
I feel like Oren could have like his own book.
I don't want to see your underwear.
Thank you, my friend. On behalf of everyone else who doesn't want to see people's underwear, thank you, my friend. You're doing good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oren.
Yeah, this is some good stuff. Great way to start off the day. We've got a lot of people doing good in the world, giving back. Man, we could spend a lot of time with Oren. I'll have to pick other people's brains here. And we're going to have Angela coming up here in a little bit. We've got Shasta. He's down in Mexico. Let's bring Shasta up here next. Yeah. Shasta, thank you for coming on with us. We've had a lot of conversations over the last couple of days here on the Los Angeles Tribune's Money Forum Live. They're letting me, don't think less of the Tribune just because they let me do some guest co-hosting. This is the real deal here, Shasta. But, thank you for coming on. You know quite a bit when it comes to NFTs, when it comes to crypto, and you are definitely a servant leader. And you've kind of found a way to combine your passions and pursuits. And it's very interesting. It's very fascinating. And over the last couple of days, we've been talking more about the money side, the future of income, the future of investing. And what you're doing is the perfect blend of all those things. Here on the last day, we're highlighting people who are turning their passions and pursuits into also giving back. And really, that's kind of what you're all about. So I wanted you to kind of share with us this new platform, this new coin-based platform that you're kind of building and how it works. And we're going to ask you some questions because I know it's very simple to you, but to some of us that are kind of new to that crypto world or coin-based world, it can be a little confusing. So you're going to don't be afraid to talk down to me here a little bit. Don't be afraid to use small words for me here. But Shasta, tell me a little bit about your background and we'll start to work into what you have developed and what you have invented and what you're pioneering. Go ahead, Shasta.
Sure. Thank you, David. I appreciate that great introduction and for thinking of me to be here today. I had no idea until just moments ago. So it's kind of spontaneous.
That's the way big media happens sometimes. We just call you up and we're like,
you never know when it's going to happen. Be ready all the time.
We're ready for you.
So my phone binged. I jumped up out of the pool. I took a shower. Hey, Rhea, do you mind if you bring me that stack of coins that you see right in front of you there, Nani?
You guys are going to love this, what they're
I'm
doing
excited.
with the coins and how they are encouraging. I know Angela's backstage. She's going to get a kick out of this as well.
Okay. She doesn't want to come say hi. That's okay. So, my background, been spending most of my adult life in the nonprofit sector. So I'm passionate about education and particularly project and service-based learning, nature-based learning environments, and general mission to inspire and empower young people to change the world. And you and me, all of us here, we're all young at heart. We all have that youth that lives inside of us that wants to see something more beautiful. And so I created this game many years ago that creates kindness, and it's designed to go viral. It's a movement of kindness. So you spin this wheel, you land on one of these 12 categories. You choose from one of the 12 bags of tokens. Each token is going to have the name of the game on one side. Play it forward. And on the other side is a random act of kindness. And there's different types of tokens, David. One of them is a goods token, another is a service token. Many of them are acts tokens, which are simple actions of kindness, like pick up 3 pieces of trash, open the door for an elderly person, buy somebody's coffee behind you. You've heard of that one, right, David? Probably.
Sure, of course, yeah.
So this pay it forward phenomenon, like that, really, Starbucks has really got a stake in there, right?
Yep.
And so you buy the person's coffee behind them, they buy it for the person behind them, and it just keeps going. The largest pay it forward transaction so far recorded that I found was 3,600 transactions in less than 2 days. And all it took was one person to buy 10 people's coffees behind them.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And
That's
so
awesome.
and so you got 10 different pay it forward chains going. And the moment that somebody says, no, I don't want to pay it forward, I'll just receive this gift and be happy, is the moment that one of those chains break. And 3,600 transactions from 10 chains tells me a couple things. It tells me that human beings are inherently kind. I think that we all can agree to that.
Yes.
And
Yes, absolutely.
and when given an opportunity to express that kindness, most of the time we choose kindness. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
I want to believe that. Yes.
Yeah, I believe that. So the game makes it simple. It makes kindness easy, and it makes it available for everyone. And so this token that I'm holding here says good for 1 scoop of ice cream.
Yeah.
So what happens is the business gets a bunch of tokens. They put them in circulation. We help them put them in circulation even. We have digital tokens too.
Yep.
And you receive one, and where do you go? You scan the QR code. It brings you ultimately to the restaurant or the ice cream shop that issued it. You give them the token. They give you the ice cream.
So this is great. So if you're just now joining us, this is the Los Angeles Tribune. It's Money Forum Live, and we're spending day 4 talking about people that are combining, profits and prosperity, business with giving back. Here's somebody who brought it all together. So Shasta has gamified this. Okay, gamification's really big nowadays. He's taken tokens, he's taken gamification, and he's taken businesses that want to create customer loyalty in a very fun way, right? So people can come to you, Shasta. Businesses can come to you. Retail organizations can come to you. All kinds of organizations can come to you. But let's just start with businesses and retail organizations for a second. They could come to you. They could purchase these coins from you. And these coins could be put into circulation, and they could be redeemed at those businesses through acts of kindness. So they're literally investing in kindness and people who want to spread kindness. Is that correct? Is that a fair statement?
That's right. Absolutely. And and I want to play the game because I get more connection. I get more positive energy in my life, and I get to meet new people, and I have an easy way to do it. Hand somebody a token. You never really want to leave home without a kind token, simply because if you're having a bad day, you can make somebody else's day a little bit better by giving them a nice coin. They're actually going to be gold like this. They're going to feel real like money. And when I do something nice for somebody else, ultimately it makes my day a little bit better.
Carissa, what do you think of this? Let's turn it over to you. What do you think about what you're hearing here? I bet you love this.
I do. And I don't know if I missed this, but how did this idea come to fruition?
Well, so I had this idea that, to build education centers around the world to inspire young people to create projects to make the world a better place. And I needed something to make it go viral, right? And so it was like, okay, we'll create a 2-minute experience, and the game came to me. It was like, okay, well, somebody spins a wheel, they get a token, and then they go do the kindness. They pass on the token to somebody else. They ask them to play it forward, and that one spin of the wheel could turn out to be thousands or even millions of acts of kindness in the world, right? And what we were effectively doing was marketing for our own nonprofit organization in order to bring more attention to these youth and their bigger projects for change. And it really makes a huge difference when young people can realize that their one small action can have such huge impact. And whenever I went, to the drawing board after the nonprofit crumbled because of lack of regenerative economic flow, I wanted to figure out a way, how can we create a regenerative economic engine to support our nonprofit financially as well. So that's where the goods token was born. And that's where we started putting like cafe lattes, pizzas, ice creams on the tokens, because now we're actually using this gamification of the pay it forward phenomenon to market small businesses, to support small families who want to make a difference in their community, however they are, through products, through services, and also support their life and thrive more than they are today. So we've got a good marketing game, and it creates kindness in the process. We do have a digital currency that people can buy into as an early adopter today, even. And I think the world's first kindness-backed cryptocurrency. It sounds like a good idea to me, so we're going with it. And business.
I love it. I have so many questions for you, Shasta. Like, how are these coins made? Who makes them? Do you make them? Do you partner with the businesses to help make them? And because it sounds like, you know, they start more in a community-based area, where's the farthest that your coins have reached that was almost a little surprising to you?
Sure. So we're currently building software systems right now. They'll be finished at the launch of our company, International Pay It Forward Day, April 28th. And it will tell us exactly where tokens have been, how many transactions they've gone through. It will even give opportunities for people to share stories that are connected to their token ID through the unique QR code on each token. So we don't have that data exactly, Isabel, today, because the tokens that have been in circulation so far have just been organic, and they've gone where they've gone, and we didn't really have a tracking system. Now we're using these dynamic QR codes where we can see who scans them, where they scan them, how many times they were paid forward, and things like that. So we'll have that information come end of April and May.
Now, and I love that. And I wasn't sure, you know, if you had that already, you know, quantifying things. As much as we love to gamify things, it's always good to quantify things, you know, see how far they've gone, how many coins are in existence, you know, and we can probably, you know, guesstimate, you know, how many random acts of kindness have been done because of these coins.
But to answer your question, Isabel, we're manufacturing them locally in Austin, Texas, where we're launching the company. Okay. And we're also manufacturing them from Hong Kong as well, because the cost of gold tokens can be quite heavy. And to make it really feasible for the physical tokens, it makes more sense to order in bulk from Hong Kong. So we have a current order in right now.
I look forward to getting my coin someday. Go ahead, Carissa.
Yeah, I'm excited about these coins, and I'm curious. You're gamifying this approach. How else do you see this gamification approach playing out? Is there an example of how you want to make it bigger, how you want to scale bigger, or you're just like, okay, we're going to just really nail down this strategy and then go from there? What is the long-term vision of this, and how do you see this applicable to maybe other businesses and industries?
Sure. Well, you know, companies are spending money every month on marketing. You know, it's just a part of the game, right? We spend money to make money. And whenever we can leverage the community to do our marketing for us through the kindness game, people are inadvertently advertising small businesses just by doing something that feels good to them, right? And they're being rewarded for it as well. You know, it's a 10% rewards program. So when I decide to pay it forward, then 10% of the pay it forward price, or the price of that goods or services that I'm reloading the token then to share with somebody else, goes into my wallet automatically. And so we're going to be bringing on tens of thousands of businesses around the world. And each one of those businesses are going to put hundreds of these tokens, digital and physical, in circulation. And when they do so, then the movement grows viral very quickly. As you can imagine, one token could end up into 100 persons' hands very easily. And when business comes in and puts hundreds of them in circulation, then you can kind of see how a lot of people are going to learn about this very quickly.
Yeah.
So with me as a business owner, and I want to be involved, how do I start doing that? Where do I go? Is there a website? Does money need to be involved or contributed to the program? How would a business owner like myself or someone listening be able to get involved in this?
Oh, sure. Playitforward.world would be the starting point. You can book a call or a demo with me there, and we can show you our systems and how they work, and show you exactly the price structure and and everything else. Yes, it does cost money. The coins cost money to produce. The software technology takes money to create. And matter of fact, we're finding out that this marketing platform works, and works really well.
Yeah.
And so a substantial return of investment for businesses that choose to Play It Forward as a marketing engine.
And so it's payitforward.world.
So add a L, play.
So playitforward.world. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Well, I know we probably only have a little bit more time with you, but I'm curious. This is a very innovative idea. So, as we start wrapping up here, what would you say to the entrepreneurs here who are maybe stagnant in their business and who are wanting to take a risk and be innovative with marketing ideas such as this? How did you actually cultivate the courage to put this out there? Like, talk a little bit about what it took to actually put out this idea and take a risk and bet on yourself.
Sure. Yeah. Well, before I got into creating this company, Play It Forward, in our marketing engine, I was selling solar, and I was making lots of money, and I put it all down, so that I could follow my passion. I had, a little bit of a nest egg, to carry me through for, a few months that it would take in order to get this thing going. And I just jumped. I flew, and it's going really well. We have a really fantastic team. When we make a decision that we're going to do something, life has its way to support us.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's just a matter of first, making a choice, second, believing in ourselves, and third, taking inspired action every day, and calculated, create a realistic timeline of when we think that we can, first get clear about what we want to create, how it's going to be created, create a timeline, and just start going. And life's amazing. It's all a miracle how everything works.
Yeah, it's
when an idea becomes motivation, it becomes dedication, and then it becomes a daily habit. So you've made it a daily habit to be kind and pay it forward.
Yeah, and then it also becomes a necessity, because it takes 2 months to get a paycheck in solar. So it's like you can't go backwards. You just got to keep plowing forward. And it's like money could be running tight. And often that can be true for some of us, right? But we just keep going. We keep trusting, and we keep working harder, and we keep showing up and meeting people and having conversations, and one thing leads to another, and here we are, and we're very close to our launch. We've got most of our software stacks developed. Everything looks really, really good. Our tokens are fantastic. We've got systems where we can make millions of these tokens, each with unique QR codes within seconds. We have scanning systems and software systems that can reward people. We have our crypto developed. You can buy kind today, right now, on our, by going to our website and be a founding member of this kind movement and this kind currency, and get the world's first ever cryptocurrency backed by kindness.
Thank you, Shasta, for coming on. We look forward to having you on again soon. We'll let you get back to your fun in the sun with the family.
Well, thank you so much, guys. You caught me a little off guard there, David. I'm grateful that I can show up.
That's the way big media happens, my friend. The best media, it's not scheduled. Sometimes it's just, the big show comes calling, and you gotta move. You made news headlines today. Thank you.
Hey, you guys are doing a fantastic thing. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We've
got several other guests on deck, and we appreciate the patience. The Tribune gave us the fun challenge of going out and bringing in the people that are paying it forward, the people that are making a difference, the people that are doing good in their business. It is a part of their business to spread and give and serve and share a lot of the goodwill out there. So, man, Krista, we could sit here and just break down these people and have some conversations. I thought you'd like the last one. I thought you'd like that one for sure.
I did. I think there's a million ways to make $1 million. And I'm always inspired by the people who really move from their passion and desire to make a difference in the world and get really innovative with these ideas. So I really enjoyed him. And I was channeling the sun that he was in the background was really inspiring as well. I liked it.
All right, we're going to have Roosevelt up next. We've got Angela on deck. Angela is one of the journalists. She writes for a lot of publications, including the Tribune. She's going to be up here real soon. Roosevelt, I'm bringing you on. You're on camera, my friend. You're on live.
Oh, wonderful. Absolutely. The big show. Made it to the big show. Thank you, Davey.
You did. I've been seeing you everywhere. You're getting ready to throw out the first pitch at an upcoming San Diego Padres game. I've seen you on some local news programs in San Diego talking about Black History Month. I've seen you on the cover of a few papers lately. So the Tribune is just as honored as anybody to have you on here. You know, I'm gonna say that on behalf of them. I'm not the Tribune, but as somebody who's getting to do some guest co-hosting here, you're making us all look good, my friend.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And the reason why I'm on here is to build and grow with other entrepreneurs. And that's why we started our company, because individually I was a thread. But however, opportunities like this, I'm able to come together with other like-minded individuals to build the rope so we can continue to build our resources and pull our resources. So it's an absolute honor and a privilege.
Right. Well, I know the Tribune, they like the sharp dressers. I'm like, well, if you want a sharp dresser, we just need to get on Roosevelt. He will show up. You never disappoint, my friend. You usually have the full 3-piece suit go on, vest and everything there.
Yes, sir. It's Sunday, and we dress because we never know who we're going to meet, and we have to, stay ready for the big show, for the big opportunity. I'm a fond believer in with opportunity comes the unlimited amount of success.
Yeah.
So every day we have an opportunity to create a limited amount of success.
Well, you've got several different businesses that you own. You've putting on a big convention at the San Diego Convention Center in April called BizCon 2023. You're doing a lot, but let's start with how you got into business and some of the businesses that you own. I think everybody would be fascinated to see the diversity of the things you have going on.
Yeah, so if I could break it down, I believe my chief educational officer may be in the green room. If we can grant access, that'd be awesome. But just to go over,
see what we can do.
Wonderful. Just to go over Young Black and in Business. That's the umbrella that we created for early emerging entrepreneurs. Young is a state of mind, so we're inclusive. There's no age limit. The color Black encompasses and absorbs all of the colors and the spectrum. The educational, entrepreneurial content that we provide helps early emerging entrepreneurs come out of the darkness into the light. And business acumen. And we define business as providing a solution for a problem that makes a profit. So I like to say everyone is young, Black, in the business. Everyone can get under the Young Black in the Business umbrella so we won't get wet. We're a solution-based company. And yes, we identify problems, provide solutions, and make profit. When you think of Young Black in the Business, think of R&R. We can refer you to Access Capital, and we can also recognize you on our platforms like social media,
nice.
Our 32-page manuscript, 100% solution-based.
Nice. No, that's good. Chris, did you hear that? We can fall into the category of Young Black in Business. They've created a little way for us to get in there. Roosevelt, I just wanted to get in some of the different businesses you own. I mean, you've got everything from a magazine to, don't you even have like a shoe shine place?
Oh, yes. I'm a former cobbler. I also repair men and women's shoes, handbags, and luggage. My tagline is, I can save your soul, I can heal you, and I'll die for you. Meaning I can save the soul on your shoes. I repair men and women's heels, and I can also dye the color of your choice on any item. So yes, I'm a third generation cobbler. Post-COVID, I had a kiosk inside of Plaza Bonita Mall here. I even have a pickup and drop-off service. So yes, thinking with the end in mind. And that's how I translated that into our business.
Yeah.
Pre-COVID, now we're in post-COVID, sort of say, we went from brick and mortar to click and order.
I like it. What's the name of the gentleman you wanted to get on here so my producers backstage can make sure we do that?
Gennaro Crenshaw. He's our
okay. Good. It looks like he's on. I just don't see him on camera, so we'll have to tell him to get on camera here. See if I add him here. This is what shows up. So he's not quite there yet. So as soon as he comes on, turns his camera on, we'll get him on here. No, I love I love your story, Roosevelt, and you are definitely somebody who practiced what he preaches, you know, and I see you out there telling everybody and kind of preaching the good word of picking themselves up by their bootstraps, so to speak. But you've done that. You know, you're hustling. You're always in an appointment. You're always in a meeting. You're always giving and serving and sharing. You're building relationships. We're proud to be a part of the BizCon that you're doing in 2023 at the San Diego Convention Center. I know we've got people from all over the world, but I also know we have people in San Diego. Tell us a little bit more about your vision for the BizCon 2023, and we added in Gennaro here as well.
Absolutely. I want to just introduce everyone to the Young Black in the Business Chief Educational Officer, Gennaro Crenshaw. He's been instrumental in helping us monetize prior to our BizCon by being a business tizer. So I want to just share that. But before I share about our 2023 BizCon, that's going to be at the San Diego Convention Center. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be April 5th and April 6th. We're using this opportunity to come together cohesively for entrepreneurs to build together. That's one of the working components of Young Black in the Business. We host events for early emerging entrepreneurs to come together to know that they're not alone. At that time, we give them the principles and the business acumen and the posture to be able to nurture and sustain that relationship. So our business conference will be a trade show opportunity. Businesses will be able to say who they are, what they do, and how to be contacted. Then we're also going to have that seminar portion in another room for entrepreneurs to be able to share that story. One thing I've learned by speaking, when you share your failures and your shortfalls and your shortcomings, you make yourself more relatable. So we're putting individuals in the room together to be able to share their story, become relatable, to build with each other. And Young Black in Business provides that safe space and that knowledge to be able to nurture that relationship so they can actually have a solid foundation to spring forward on. So that's going to be a 2-day conference. We're going to have a mastermind on the mezzanine. You don't want to miss it. People will be it'll be bookstores. It'll be a great, phenomenal speakers. And yes, this is a way to be able to connect with more clients and to be able to scale your business. We're going to have at least 100 small businesses in the room. We also have partnerships with the Small Business Association, so you'll be able to grow and build your business from this conference. You'll have tangible information and knowledge to be able to take with you. We'll also have curriculum and courses from real-life entrepreneurs that are really monetizing, that are solution-based. So at this time, I'd like to, whatever I didn't go over, I'd like to have our Chief Educational Officer, Gennaro Crenshaw, share how we're using this event to not only build, but also to monetize.
Hello, everybody. Appreciate being on here. And first of all, I want to say that I'm just so proud to be involved with Mr. Roosevelt Williams III. I call him RW3 because a few years back, I ran into him and he was already the business mogul, the shoe cobbler and that guy. And we started talking. And then one day, you know, and I said, this would be a great opportunity for me to come in and work with somebody who's actually doing the work versus just talking the work that you see a lot of people do. So I invested in Young Black in the Business a few years ago, and it's been one of the best investments in my consulting and helping people business. So I want to talk about a couple of things that Mr. Williams missed. RW3, he didn't miss. He talked about it, but I want to make sure that everybody really understands it when he says a couple of things. The foundation of Young Black and in Business covers the two main areas that we know emerging entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in general face. And the two biggest pieces are, when you're in a journey as an entrepreneur, we know that it's lonely. Can you understand that? Does anybody agree with that? Being an entrepreneur is a lonely task. And so we had to address that. And Mr. Williams was already addressing that with YBNB. And I said, okay, we've addressed the idea of loneliness a lot because we bring people together. We had those strings of businesses out there by themselves, and we tied them together to make a rope in order to pull the other business owners together. The community makes a strong rope versus a bunch of individual strings. But the second component then became a necessary component because they were mostly emerging businesses. We realized that we needed to offer them entrepreneurial education so that they can be experts at their business, because what it generally is, you start out as a business owner, you know how to do something. You either have a strong idea that you want to produce to the world, or you have a business skill or some knowledge that can help people with their problems. As Mr. Williams eloquently said, we are problem-based. And so, but we noticed that the emergency entrepreneurs, they had the skill, but they didn't really have the business acumen. And then that's where the marriage between Mr. Williams and myself came together. I'm known as the businessizer. And you might be looking, I see the look already on the face of the host. What is a businessizer? So I'm going to give you two little metaphors to help you to understand it. So the word Sanai stands for healthy. So the root word Sanai is for healthy, right? So if you're in an unclean environment, such as a countertop, and you wipe it with a sanitizer and it becomes clean. Well, if you have a business that's just operating but it's unclean, it's struggling, then what you do is you call the businessizer, and then you have a healthy business. But I'll give you another idea that's even stronger, that relates directly to the businessizer as far as businesses. A lot of times businesses, their ideas and their skills and those things are their energy, right? But energy alone is nothing. So the businessizer is also like the battery. You have energy, but you get with the businessizer, now you have an energizer. So those two metaphors give you the understanding, and that's with the marriage of that I was allowed to become the chief educational officer, YBNMB, because I become that sanitizer, I become that energizer on our staff together. Not I'm saying I, but I'm saying I as in we always think of the rope when we talk about YBNMB. I includes all of us. So I stands for includes. It doesn't stand for Gennaro. It doesn't stand for Roosevelt. It stands for we always think together as I. So I thought I wanted to put that together. And then there's one key concept we have to address. It's the idea of when you're a small business owner, the reason why we like the word black also is because typically the people who are not in the light, they're in the black. But together with YBNMB, our idea, and Mr. Williams came up with the idea. I don't want to take credit for his idea, but he came up to the idea that we need to have black privilege. And what that means is, because we're small businesses, because we coming together as small businesses, we can turn our ship around in the middle of the ocean because we're not aircraft carriers. And so that gives us something that the big ministers don't have. That gives us black privilege. And that's also what we're going to emphasize with the education at the BizCon 2023, thanks to the wisdom of Roosevelt Williams III. And I'm going to shut up from that. That's all I need to really say.
Well, you said a lot, guys. I love that you're doing so much for the community, and are obviously people that have a work ethic. You had so many businesses going on ahead of time, so like a powerful work ethic, and taking that work ethic and putting it into creating resources for entrepreneurs to not go alone, to find their tribe, to find their teams, and to also get ideas to actually monetize this year. So that is, and beyond, but that is incredible. Thank you so much for your
Absolutely.
enthusiasm.
I learned a lot from that segment. And Roosevelt, nice to finally meet you. I've heard about you through Vincent, one of the contributors of the Thought Leadership Edition, and a friend of mine. And he's told me about you for a couple of years now. And then our paths ended up getting connected through David Fagan. So, it's just, I guess we were destined to meet each other, Roosevelt, one way or another, either through Vincent or through David. So it's a pleasure to see you here. And again, we're going to continue with our program and our theme, having leaders that are giving back. That's the theme of the day as we close out day 4. We spent 3 days with Microsoft executives and CEOs and billionaire philanthropists and stock traders, and they were all discussing ways to make money. But ultimately, the end of this program on day 4, we decided to highlight those that are spreading, giving, and uplifting the community. So we taught you how to make money for 3 days. Now we want to teach you how to help others. And so that's the premise of this program. So I want to thank you, Roosevelt, Gennaro. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our next segment. You don't want to miss this. We'll be back in about a minute.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, Lisa Nichols. Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the
All right. I don't know what was going on there. We were on a hold, and I thought something was about to happen. That's live
I
TV.
was on anticipation. I was like, okay, well, we are waiting for something spectacular. But even while we wait, I think that we can chat for a couple of minutes. So, Adora, what did you think about those two gentlemen that came on just a few minutes ago?
I loved it. I love the phrase "Black privilege." I thought that was really great and a nice flip on the narrative. I enjoyed that. I mean, that was probably my favorite of everything because it sticks with you. And I love things when we get to own our stories in a more profound way. And that moved me, at switching a term and making it work so that you live into it and the vision that you have for yourself. And they have a powerful vision for the community, for entrepreneurs. And so what about you?
Yeah, they really flipped the script. When he was talking about the businessizer, I'm always really inspired by people who can take concepts and really reinvent them in a way that helps us understand these metaphors more. So I really enjoyed those last two guests, and I know that we have a handful of people in the green room who are waiting to come up here. So I'm sure that Mo's coming back in just a minute here. We're excited about our next guest, who I know that he's going to
Absolutely.
introduce.
Well, thank you so much, Carissa and Adora. And it's so exciting. And we're here live with so many powerful speakers and thought leaders. And next, we're going to actually be joined with a gentleman named Shiraz, who is going to be speaking about the leadership work that he does, the impact that he's making in the world. We're going to spend a few minutes with him, and he's going to be joined by a couple other thought leaders. And we're going to segue from a solo spotlight to a panel. But for about 5 minutes, we just want to give this powerful gentleman. We know he's going to be one of the big speakers at the upcoming expo. And so, Shiraz, you have so many incredible things that we can discuss as far as the work you've done as a leader. But today we're emphasizing on the power of giving back. And as a leader, let's start off and kick off by saying, how important has giving back been for you, please?
Oh, it's been incredibly important. And it's been very, very fulfilling as well. The thing about it is this is going to sound counterintuitive at first, but you'll hear where this goes. Is when I was coming up and building my business and trying to get to new levels, I topped out at about $100,000, and I couldn't get my income further than that, and I couldn't figure out why, because I was doing all the right things. And then I started looking into what I do is I look into what happened when you were young, what beliefs are there that you're not looking at that are keeping you from getting to where you want to go, and which ones are false and which ones are true and which ones are keeping you stuck. And I realized when I was really young, people said, Shiraz, you're going to do such great things and you're going to end up on that house on the beach, and we get to come hang out with you, and then you'll travel, we'll go with you. And they're all thinking in this place of fun and enjoyment. But what's coming in for me is, you guys are going to leech off me. Oh my God, right? If I have lots of money, then you guys are going to be there all the time, and I'm going to have to provide for you. And it's just like, oh my God. And I realized that's why my income stopped. I stopped at that level, because if I made any more, I'd be having all this extra that I'd have to share it. And when we talk about giving, you don't have to give, but when you feel like you'd love to give, it's different. So when I got firm into, if people ask me for money and I don't want to give it to them, if they ask me for favors and I don't want to give to them, I'll be okay. I won't feel guilty. I'll be okay with that. All of a sudden, my income started to go up, and it's almost doubled in the last year. And it's set to go way higher this year. But here's the cool thing, is because now that it's not an obligation to give, I'm giving way more than I've ever given before. I actually got a video from one of my now close friends, because I've been contributing to her endeavor to get young women speakers up on stage, like in their teens, to get them exposure, to get them practice, to get their voices out. And every time she has an event, I'm always here. I will sponsor these women so that they can grow, that they can shine in the world. And it's because now it's just truly this, instead of I have to give to be a good person, no, I just want to give. And it's such a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I see that thank you for sharing that. Your website here is Energetic Magic. I'm assuming, and this might be a bold assumption here, that you are aware of maybe the laws of reciprocity and some of the universal principles that speak to the science or the energy behind giving. Can you speak a little bit more to that for our audience who might be, okay, I know that giving feels good and maybe it's the right thing to do, but speak into some of these universal principles that actually state that this is something that's fundamental in the universe that actually can contribute to how we feel and the abundance that we are able to receive from giving back as well.
So when you give from the heart, when you give knowing that there's an infinite supply and there's enough for everyone, then what happens is everything that you give out starts to come back magnified. But it has to be done from this genuine place, not a forced place. And when it's done from this genuine place, it's amazing what shows up and the impact you have on the world. The giving you do actually has a bigger impact than you expect it to have, which a lot of people don't get that. It's like, now I've done some giving. But if you start watching what happened because of what you gave, there's this domino effect, and it just gets bigger and bigger. Plus, what you receive in return is fully amplified. And it's an amazing thing that the universe is designed this way, but the whole universe is built on expansion. So everything you do will expand. Yeah.
It sort of reminds me of one of the speakers that we just had up a moment ago when he was talking about his coins. I'm not sure if you saw him, but one act of kindness, it becomes this butterfly effect. It has this ability to ripple and really impact the world. I know some of the days where I'm walking in the store and I'm having a terrible day and somebody might smile at me, I know that it can radically change the way that I feel about myself, and it can have the significant ripple effect. And so with that, I might put you a little bit on the spot here. So let me know if you're gonna be able to open it and answer this. But what are one of the ways that you plan to give back this year? What is something that's been on your heart that maybe you haven't been doing, or something that you've been doing that you want to give in a bigger way? Because I know that leaders, we could say a lot on camera, right? We could talk a lot, not that you are, but we could talk a lot about these principles, but it's totally different when we're out there modeling it in the world. So what is a way that you're going to give back this year, and maybe talk a little bit about why you chose that way to give back?
For me, it's similar to what I've been doing. There's a lot more giving to the youth. Right? Because especially like teaching my nephew principles that I've learned since I was 15. Since he was 15. He's just accelerating his life, and I love to watch that happen. And so when we get young people, before they've got the weight of the world put on them and all this disbelief put them, let them know what's possible, and then that weight doesn't drop on them. They just keep getting bigger and better and expanding. So more charities that are helping youth, more opportunities for youth to get up there and shine as leaders. The world needs way more leaders right now. And we're not being taught leadership except in forums like this. And it's so vital.
Thank you so much for pointing that out, Shiraz. Honestly, it's been such a joy and pleasure to listen to you speak as part of our solo spotlight. We'd like you to stick around, and for the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to have a couple people join the conversation. We're going to have April Diamond, who's a Billboard chart-topping artist, but also someone who often speaks about the power of giving back, and that's a big part of her life. And of course, writer Angela, who is also someone who also is very much a leader in the space of giving back. It's part of their careers. And although everyone has an eclectic background here, the common thread is that everyone values giving back and values a life of service. And so we're going to kick it off with you, April Diamond, to discuss, and we have about 10-15 minutes left in this segment. We want to give everyone an opportunity to share. How has the power of giving back been impactful for you? And, so the audience at home can start also seeing if they should maybe value that in the same way you do. April Diamond, please.
Right. Hey, thank you so much for having me. Great to see you all. Yeah, I love this conversation. Giving back really is, I think, the joy for me as a singer and a recording artist, but also as a voice coach and helping speakers and singers find their greatness and their ability to get on camera and speak about what they do. And when I see other people have the ability to really tell their story and show their greatness and do it in the best possible way, that gives me joy, because I love to encourage, the singers and the speakers along with me, along with what I do. So I look at it as a win for me and the things that I do, and the farther that I go, I bring my tribe with me. You build your tribe. And you want to encourage your tribe. You want them to take their place where they're supposed to be, find their greatness. And so that's what I try to do. That's what I love to be successful in what I do. I love the music. I love to, see people progress and move forward. And I feel like a win for me is a win for them. And it's just a joy for me. My voice training system that I've created called Let the Voice Out, which you can go to letthevoiceout.com. I'm just about, I think next week, we'll be releasing my speaker training book. And then after that, later in March, will be the singers and speaking book. And it's going to be incredible. It's going to help entrepreneurs, singers, everybody who has a story to tell. And I think it's incredible, this platform that you have here at the LA Tribune to let people tell their story, entrepreneurs who are raising the level of love and compassion and finding their greatness in the world and taking their place. It's tremendous. So I am so honored to be here, and I thank you so much for that. And I just love to see this. I love what you were talking about, Shiraz. You're a tremendous inspiration.
Thank you.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that share, April. I know when I hear you speak and you're talking about helping people who have a voice and have something to say, I feel like everybody has a song that they're meant to sing, right? So whatever it is,
Sure.
it's beautiful that you're doing that work in the world and that you found that
Sure.
to be your, and you're really elevating people's voices. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'd like to pass it over to Angela for a moment. If there's anybody that I know in the world who embodies love and compassion, I know it is this woman. So I would love to hear your take on giving back and what's inspiring you to give back in the world right now as well.
Oh my gosh. Spreading love in the world is so important, especially in this time and in this era when there's so much conflict and people are kind of drawn down by what they read in the news or see in the world. And I really enjoyed that young man with his kindness thing. I'm definitely going to get in touch with him because I've been considering a way of how to gamify my books or get children to be involved in spreading kindness and spreading love. And I think that he and I, with my books, are a perfect combination.
Beautiful. Yes. Thank you so much for that. Shiraz, I don't know much about you, but what I can tell is that you have a big heart. And I'm curious, what other values in leadership do you feel like are important in the world? In addition to giving back, like what does that actually mean? What other values do you think are important to make an impact in the world as much as generosity?
Wow, there's a bunch. So
give us just a couple.
Well, first of all, you have to be inspiring. People want to follow you, right? I remember a conversation they said about Steve Jobs when he hired the CEO of Pepsi, and he said, you know, do you want to make sugar water for the rest of your world, or do you want to change the rest of your life, or do you want to change the world? Like, and you give someone an opportunity to change the world, even if it's at a smaller scale, they want that. People just want to do big things. So you inspire them, you empower them, right? And another thing, I think this came up a little earlier, I heard it a little earlier, you bring them along for the ride with all the problems and the mistakes as well. Because a lot of people that want to be leaders think they have to get it perfect. And no leader has gotten it perfect.
So true.
So yeah, just be real, be truthful, but stay on course, and then tell everyone this is what happens. This is the journey. Just come along with me.
Can I interject something about that, Shiraz? It's such a really important point. One of the things I train my singers and speakers to do is to dig in and to not be afraid of the sound of their voices. And isn't it interesting how when someone sings a song or someone tells a story and they're being amplified, or, you know, in a situation like this, in the microphone and that kind of thing, a lot of people don't know the sound of their own voice. They don't know it well enough, and they don't love it enough. And so something that I talk about in my book for speakers and singers both is that you've got to learn to love the voice that you have, and just let it be a part of who you are, because it's almost like your thumbprint, you know, your voice print. That's who you are. And some people find it just a little uncomfortable, right? And they feel like, oh, I just made a mistake, or I sound a little strange, or something is off, or that doesn't sound like my voice. I don't know if anyone's ever felt like that, but I get that comment a lot when I'm working with singers and speakers. And what it is it's you don't hear yourself the way the world hears you. And when you finally get that connection, you really learn to love who you are, and the world loves you for it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
They love your story, and you're endeared to you inspire yourself. Yeah. So,
Andy, would you like to add something to the conversation?
You know, self-love is so important, and it's so needed in this world.
Oh yeah.
We are handed perspectives from adults in our life when we were young, and they are filters that really describe the world that the adult saw and the adult is experiencing. And they hand us those perspectives. You know, sure. Don't be an artist, you need to be a doctor. That is a vision of the world that the adult holds that maybe doesn't fit what the child dreams of. And what that does is it quashes the child's dreams, and it quashes the child's self-love. And so I loved when Shiraz was talking about, you know, raising children that don't have all these filters and perspectives and the baggage that we ended up with. And that's really my mission in the world through my books, is to give them the tools that give them self-love and know how to deal with that emotional baggage. And so the idea of learning to love your voice, April, that's beautiful, because it's an aspect of self-love.
It is an asset for self-love. And when we're kids and when we're younger and we're learning math and English and all of the subjects that we know we need to do to pass our grade, there's the art part that I think often is underplayed. And it's so important for self-expression through art and through each person. Each person has a greatness or something that they aspire to. It could be sports, it could be something else, but learning to love your voice to tell your story, and then, you know, what you give, because your passion is what you give to the world, right? And that's self-love, passion, all of that is connected. So my message to people is, you know, tell your story and tell it the best way possible, and be proud. And if you feel like you've made a mistake, or you said something wrong, or something sounded weird to you, then just dig in and keep doing it until you find the best way. Don't stop doing it. Because the stories that I hear from my clients that I work with, they say, for years, April, I wouldn't sing or speak or present because someone made fun of me, or someone told me that wasn't the right sound, or you sound silly, or that, you know, you shouldn't be doing that, it's not for you. And I say, you got to block that out, and you got to learn from it. You got to learn and just continue to get better at your message. Don't stop your message. Right?
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful share. Well, for those of you who are just tuning in, we are here at the Money Forum Live, where today on day 4, we are talking about generosity, philanthropy, contribution, and giving back. We have these amazing thought leaders and experts in their field here on in a lovely panel that we've had the last 10 minutes or so to chat with. We do have another guest that we're going to bring up here shortly. So I want to give everybody just another minute here to wrap up with their closing thoughts. Shiraz, I'd like to spotlight you first. If you want to go ahead, the floor is yours.
Sure. I just want to piggyback off what was saying. What was just said is that you have a greatness in you, and a lot of people think if I do this, then I can be recognized as great. I will earn that greatness, but you actually are born with that greatness, and the things that you do are an expression of that. So never think that you're not great just because you haven't found that way to express that greatness. It's always in there. It's just a matter of accessing it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. April, would love to give you the floor for just another moment or so as we wrap up.
Yes, thank you. Express it, be better, continue on, because here's the other part of it. If you don't share your story, if you don't find your greatness, the world is missing. There's that missing piece. So don't miss it because something went awry, or you felt there was a stopping point, or you made a mistake, or whatever you perceive that to be. Let your voice be heard, let your voice out, and continue to pursue that, because the world needs your message. The world needs that missing piece. Like, we're all part of this puzzle, right? And we need to, each piece has their part, and don't stop. Tell your message, speak your truth. The world needs to hear what you have to say.
This was a real powerful dialogue. And April, I love how you emphasize the self-esteem aspect, and your work is much deeper. And I think that's an example, as I'm hearing all of you leaders speak, that a lot of times the work is deeper than meets the eye. And so again, I want to thank Shiraz, Angela, and April. April, you'll be sticking around for a few more minutes as we welcome in Dr. Orman, who's also going to be joining a conversation here. But before we go to the next segment, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 1 minute. A word from Jane King.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
We're now joined by Dr. Orman, who many have called an anger expert, who's had an illustrious career. And emotions have so much to do with money, and emotions have so much to do with the choices we make in life. And I wanted April Diamond to join us and kind of be one of our guest co-hosts for the next few minutes. April, if you have any questions or anything comes up, I'd love to give you a chance to ask Dr. Orman some questions as well. And Dr. Orman, what are some of the things that you've learned, or let's pinpoint it to one thing that you've learned that most people would be surprised to know about, the phenomena of anger, right? I mean, something that you talk to 100 people and 99 of them would never think about this. And it might be something obvious, but a powerful distinction. Dr. Orman, please.
Yeah. Hi, Mel. Can you hear me okay? Everyone? Yeah. Okay. So I think one of the biggest things that most people don't understand about anger is that we don't have to have it as human beings, that it's unnecessary, and that we actually could learn how to stop being angry and stop being angry, in our families. I do a lot of work with husbands who are fathers, how to stop being angry at your spouses, how to stop being angry at your kids. If you own a company or you manage people, how to stop, managing with anger. Which sometimes is counterproductive. So a lot of people, we've been taught to believe that anger is just a part of life. And, if you're angry, that's just who you are, how you are, the way you are. And people can really change. I mean, I used to be extremely angry in my 20s and 30s. I was a real hothead, had a lot of relationship failures, a lot of issues around anger. And I eventually figured out how to stop being an angry person, which I didn't think was possible. And the last 40 years of my life, I've had very little anger in my life. It's been amazing. And when I talk to people, they don't believe that you can change to that degree. That if you start off angry in life, you're always going to be angry, and that's not really true.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have a handful of questions. Some of might be a little bit more challenging. So, April, I want to give it to you. Do you have any questions for Dr. I was going to call you Dr. Angry. I know that's not your title. We'll kind of give it to you right now.
You know, it's funny. Somebody asked me the other day if I could demonstrate what I was like when I was really angry. You know, could I show them? I couldn't do it. It's been so gone from my life for the last 40 years. It's hard for me to act it out, work it up. But anyhow, go ahead.
Sure. Yes, what an incredible job you have, Dr. Moore. Thank you for being that person that would help people with that. My first question is are we really just angry at ourselves? Is that where the anger comes from? I'm sure it comes from many places. Do you think that one of the places is that we're just angry with ourselves in ways?
Well, just like we can get angry at other people, we can get angry at our computers, our cell phones, our cars. We can be angry at ourselves. And it all comes from a pattern of thinking and a pattern of automatically responding and perceiving. So whatever's in that filter, you know, whatever you're looking at, if you're looking at yourself, you're looking at your spouse, you're looking at your kids, you're looking at a stranger on the bus, or you know, at an event or something that's behaving in a certain way, you're seeing it through a particular filter that causes anger. And most people don't know what that filter is. We've never been taught. I went through all of my education, including 7 years of medical school, and was never taught what causes anger in human beings from a cognitive behavioral perspective. So, I mean, it's not a mystery. Psychology, a lot of psychologists are aware of some of these, you know, thought patterns and behavior patterns contribute to anger, but they should be taught at every level of education. You shouldn't be allowed to graduate high school without knowing what's causing your anger and how the way you're looking at things produces anger. And if you looked at them differently or saw them differently, you wouldn't have that emotion of anger. And the same thing is true for guilt, for anxiety. I mean, that you can graduate college and not know that is like unfathomable to me, because college is supposed to prepare you for life. And what more and better way can a school prepare somebody for life than to understand their emotions and where they come from?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I have a question that might be a little bit more challenging, but I'm genuinely curious about this. I'm not trying to poke at this, but you know, from my own studies in neurology, and there are neural pathways that are actually meant to release emotions like anger. And so if, you know, you're saying that we are not meant to feel anger, what do we say to the people, or how would you express this to somebody who maybe is in a relationship, right? And they get cheated on, and they're angry, and yet we're saying, well, you can live life without anger, or, you know, maybe you're not meant to feel it. What would you say to somebody who's experiencing a real life threat to their life, to their experience, and they would want to maybe express this anger in a healthy way? So are we saying that anger can be transmuted into a healthy expression and emotion, or are you saying that anger actually isn't necessary to feel at all? Because for those who might experience that, it might be helpful to have that anger to maybe set a boundary or to protect themselves. So where do you stand with all of that?
So there are times in life where you want to have anger, or where you want to use anger because it has a benefit. Okay, but there are a lot of times in life when it's detrimental to you or your relationship or your family or your kids, where you don't want to be angry in those situations. But most people don't know how to control it in those circumstances where they don't want to have it. And that's because they don't understand the mechanism that's causing it. And it's not, I'm not trying to say we actually are designed to have anger. We're just like we're designed to have all our emotions. And it comes from our nervous system, the way our nervous system gets conditioned and programmed as we go through life. So those pathways get entrenched in us. And then when we see things a certain way, we automatically react with anger. But that all can be changed. Now, it can't be changed overnight, but you can change your relationship to the pathways and the automatic, knee-jerk, tendencies that it has, and the automatic ways of looking at things. You can broaden your horizon. You can see things more accurately, more clearly. And when you do that, I've seen people who've been angry for decades at people, and when they saw the situation that happened decades ago that triggered their anger. When they saw it newly and differently and more accurately, their anger was gone.
Yeah.
They had it for 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. So what you're saying is there's people who live in a chronic state of anger, and that's not what our baseline is supposed to be. But if there's an experience that elicits the emotion and you want to express it healthfully, that's sort of the pathway to go. And so with that, we can argue.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we're good now. Okay.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
opposite of that, to kind of stay on theme here with the Money Forum Live event, we could argue in a very layman, general term, that the opposite of anger is love, right? In some regards, the spectrum, right? The opposite of that is love and compassion. And, with the theme today being around generosity, in order to give, you want to give from a loving place. You don't want to give from an angry and resentful place. So how do people shift into love and compassion so that they can give from an authentic, heartfelt, generous place? How do we actually do that? What are some of the steps that you walk your clients through that some of the people in our audience could actually apply here today?
Well, if anger is in the way, if anger is preventing you from giving or feeling like you want to be generous or giving, then it's possible to dissolve that anger. It's possible to understand that anger and see that it may have been unfounded or something like that. And when the anger dissolves, then you're more free to give. But another way to think about anger and giving is think what you'd be giving to the people around you. I mean, when I usually talk about anger, I talk about the benefits to each of us as individuals of letting go of our anger, the health benefits, financial benefits in many cases, of not being angry ourselves. But think what we're giving to our partners. Think of what we're giving to our spouses and our kids. If we dropped a lot of the anger that we had, what would we be giving them? What's the different environment they would be living in that they're living in now? How much less damage, emotionally and psychologically we'd be doing to our kids and to our marriage if we weren't flying off the handle all the time and every little thing triggers our anger. And so there's a tremendous contribution that we can make to other people if we run a business. What kind of environment, would the environment be different if we weren't getting angry all the time when things went wrong or people, screwed up and messed up stuff? We would be really giving a gift to everybody that we associate with if we did the work to understand our own anger and be able to be more in control of it, which is that's what I like to do with people.
Question for you, Doctor. So you talked a little bit about the reaction and behaviors and anger being passed down. I think I experienced some of that in my family back in the day, and becoming a coach for being a singer and doing what I do. I sometimes see some reactions when people are working on their voices and they sing or they speak something, they'll get that reaction. And I'm always, I've understood now that this is kind of human behavior, but sometimes we're reacting and we get really angry with ourselves. And I'm wondering, is that kind of a pattern behavior that is learned through families and their interaction?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we get conditioned depending upon our unique history in life. We're always getting conditioned. I mean, every day we're getting conditioned. What we listen to on TV, what we, the music we listen to, the people the groups we belong to, the internet groups that we belong to. And so everything's conditioning us, and it has been ever since we've been born. So, and that's how we learn a lot of our anger and what to get angry at, what not to get angry at. So it becomes automatic, knee-jerk, that kind of stuff. So, but one of the interesting things is when I teach people how to understand the patterns that create their own anger, the way they're thinking and behaving, they immediately get a lot of empathy and compassion for other people, because the same patterns, when you get angry, Carissa, and when I get angry, we're all thinking in the same generic sort of ways. Now, we may have different specific parts to those, patterns, but in the generic sense, we have the same outlook on what's happening. And so when you understand it in yourself, you automatically understand when someone in front of you is getting angry or getting frustrated, or, they can't perform the way they want to, and now they get in a tizzy. You know exactly what's going on. You don't know precisely the exact thoughts, but in a general sense, you know how they're looking at it. You know how they're perceiving it. And you can have compassion and understanding for them. And it can better direct you as to how to interact with them, and also keep you from doing things that would exacerbate it or make it worse when you don't have that understanding. And you're trying to be helpful, or you're trying to relieve their discomfort or improve their performance, or whatever it is that you're doing. So this knowledge is not only useful for us, It's really useful in our day-to-day interactions with everybody in life that we bump into.
And first of all, Dr. Orman, or as Carissa likes to call you, Dr. Anger, to keep up with the theme of the day, which is the power of giving back, have you seen a correlation between individuals that maybe are experiencing anger and they choose to do something kind, or they choose to give back, or they choose to do some sort of a good deed, and that actually helps alleviate their anger? Have you seen a data-driven conclusion, or have you seen any evidence that points to that actually being a tangible way to relieve anger?
Yeah, I mean, I think all those things help. I can't say I have any data on it, but I certainly a lot of anecdotal reports and stories of people. I was just reading a book the other day called "The Cow in the Parking Lot," and it's a Zen approach to dealing with anger. And one of the authors was an attorney, a high-powered attorney, who had a lot of anger in his life and discovered that he didn't need it. He thought he needed it to be a good attorney, and he thought it was just part of his identity as a lawyer, and in a contentious occupation like that. And he finally discovered, through Zen and Buddhism and stuff like that, how to not be angry anymore. And not only did he actually become a better lawyer as a result, but now he gives workshops and he shares his knowledge with people to help them, reduce their anger, because now he understands that it's not necessary, that we think it is, but we can be relieved of it if we just have the right understandings and the right perspectives.
I think that a lot of music has been written about the stories of people being angry. And let me just say that music and speaking and a lot of these things are they're therapy. Like, people take lessons with me sometimes and work with me and say, April, I'd rather do this than do therapy, because it's like I'm free. I get a chance to speak or express, and I'm not being criticized, or, maybe anger comes from being overly criticized or micromanaged by family members and that, these types of behaviors. And there's a freedom in the self-expression of telling a story through song and that kind of thing, because we know there's tons of science behind music and being able to sing and tell your story. There's a freedom there. Do you think that music helps relieve anger, and do you think that's therapy?
Well, it can do both. I mean, depending upon what the music and the lyrics are, they can make you angry, or it can relieve you. It can relieve
exactly.
You. Yeah. So, it depends on what it does for you. But definitely, being criticized is one of the triggers that almost all human beings have. This knee-jerk, I don't like being criticized. Don't criticize me. Who are you to criticize me? We have that automatic, conditioning where when we get criticized, particularly in public, or our spouse, or if you're a father and your kid criticizes you, that's going to trigger you, because in your mind, they shouldn't be doing that. But so if you criticize them, then that's being the father. And you should be able to get away with it. But,
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I thought your point was
okay.
finished. Dr. Orman, please.
Yeah. But that's a trigger. That's a common trigger when people are disrespected, or like you say, you get cheated on in a relationship, or somebody lies to you or steals from you. Those are triggers, almost universal triggers that are going to automatically make us want to have anger. But you can step in and do something about it.
And I just want to point out, I just tested Dr. Orman inadvertently when I interrupted him accidentally, and he said, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Now, I would have gotten angry, Dr. Orman, if someone interrupted me. So you and I, we might have to talk after the fact. Maybe there's a few things you can guide me
how to do that.
Absolutely. So we're actually ready to go into our next segment. We want to thank you, Dr. Orman. We're going to take a quick break. I want to thank April Diamond for helping be one of the guest co-hosts. She'll stick around for a few more minutes with us. And we're going to take a break and have a word from Jane King until we enter our next segment right here on Money Forum Live.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Live, and of course, we just had the opportunity to speak to an expert on managing anger And of course, emotions are very much a large part of the things that we decide to do with our lives. And when it comes to becoming a millionaire, or when it comes to achieving success in the world of business, a lot of times people, Adora and April, they correlate that to stress. Well, what if, and it's a perfect segue to our next author, what if you could be a peaceful millionaire? I have here an autographed copy of the book, which I personally endorse. And I'd love to now bring up Jessa Carter, author of the critically acclaimed book, The Peaceful Millionaire, who's going to be sharing her knowledge and wisdom with this community. And Jessa, let's kick it off and get straight to the meat and potatoes. Let's start off by, first of all, just, staying with the theme of the day, which is the power of giving back. Then we're going to dissect some of the principles of your book. But when it comes to the power of giving back, how important has this been for your success? And how important has this been for the success of those that you've been able to study and work with? Please, Jessica.
Can you hear me? I just want to make sure my mic is working. Yes? Okay. Giving back. The beautiful thing about giving back is it comes back full circle. So you're always going to receive in return exponentially more than what you give or what you contribute. So it's one of my biggest passions is contribution.
So awesome. And so I know that you originally were in neurosurgery, and I've heard you say drilling holes in heads. And now you're doing a different type of work, helping people to be peaceful with their money, and no surgery is required. That's what I've heard you say. And I think that is cool. Don't you, April?
I love that. First, peaceful. Put that in front of any subject and let's, have a conversation, right? That there's a peaceable way to do anything and everything. But to call it the peaceful millionaire, because I think we all know in business, you come up against many, difficulties, or you have some faux pas in business. And so how do you maintain your peacefulness when you, encounter these things?
The way that I maintain the peacefulness is going within. I've noticed, as I expand more and more, and I'm traveling more and more, and I'm busy, and I wear multiple leadership hats, and I'm being pulled in multiple different directions, it's going inward. There was a time in neurosurgery, because I used to work 60 to 80 hours a week, and sometimes I still do, right? But it's completely different. But those 60 to 80 hour work weeks in neurosurgery were absolutely exhausting. And I didn't have the tools then that I have now. And so one of my biggest secrets is basically to slow down in order to speed up. And my slowdown is going within.
Wow. So that's fantastic. So when you have these moments and you're like, okay, I need to slow down, what do you have a process that you go through that brings you back to that peaceful space? Is there some regiment that you like, okay, I'm going to do this, maybe you have your top 3-5 things you do to put you in that space?
Yeah, so this actually happened to me just a week ago. I got to Dallas. I had an event. It had been a bit of a hectic travel morning already. I got there. The person hosting the event was greeting me as I'm walking through the doors of the hotel, and I'm walking through the doors of the hotel literally with tears in my eyes. And I'm like, I don't know what is wrong with me right now, but I am so not ready to be around people in this moment, or to engage and to interact and to show up in the highest and best way for the people across from me. So I was like, I'm just going to take a moment and go up to my room and freshen up. Right. And, and what that freshening up included was me sitting. I actually do this when I teach. I do these activations. I do mind spa abundance activations. And so everyone who works with me actually gets to experience this process of going within. But it's a meditative process where I ground and go up and connect with source energy. And from that place, it's just like almost immediately everything just melts away. It just melts away. And then I'll take a few more minutes, maybe put on some spiritual music, some deep breathing. Just it's actually so simple to get back to that place if you just slow down.
That's amazing. That's incredible.
So it sounds like slowing. Sorry, April. I'll come back to you. I love that you have questions loaded, and I get to spend a lot of time with Jessa, so I love this opportunity to see what's coming up and to let her share her genius. And I'm taking notes, mental notes anyway. But so it sounds like the taking time for yourself. So you didn't push yourself to just go ahead and be with everyone. You took a minute. You went within, connected to source energy. For some people that may be God, higher self, higher power, and then into sort of a meditative state, which if people, whatever their beliefs, they can certainly move to their belief and then meditation. And for you, that just let everything like a shower melt away, just kind of relax and reset. And then you went back out into what you had for yourself that day. So awesome.
Yeah. Well, and I love that you teed on the meditative process again, and that slowing down, because there was a time and a place in my life where I would have kept going. I would have just pushed through. I would have stuffed down whatever emotion that was I was feeling. I would have pretended like it wasn't there. I would have put on the smile. No one would have known. But that process, that meditative process that I go through, it actually drops you into a theta brainwave, which is automatically a more relaxed state. So that's why I said it's almost instant that when you do that. So it's not about the source energy. It doesn't matter what your beliefs are. It's just that connection. When you drop into that state within yourself, when you drop into a theta brainwave, you're automatically in a much more calm state than you were 10 seconds before.
That's incredible. That's a deep habit that probably takes some training and reading of your book and probably experiencing some events with you to understand how to do that. Because in the moment that we have those reactions, like we were talking with the doctor about anger, it's like you have these knee-jerk reactions and you just react. But it sounds like what you're saying is that you calm those reactions. Would pulling those reactions back be part of that process? How would one do that? Like, how do you stop yourself from doing that?
I think it's actually a journey, because the world that we live in puts people in a very reactive state, right? That's sort of that is the natural tendency that's conditioned, that's programmed, is that something happens, and that natural thing is to react, to respond, to react. And what I've learned is instead of reacting, because it's always a choice. You can react right in that moment. You can also take a step back. You can also take that step back, because if you're in the emotion in the moment, however you respond to that is not going to be oftentimes what you even mean, right? You're going to say things that you don't mean. You're going to behave in a way that's not your normal behavior. And it doesn't feel good. And so the easier way is to just take that step back before you react. So rather than just create that space for yourself.
That's tremendous. Do you think that not reacting becomes a habit, the new habit? Like, you're going to make a reaction or something maybe you have in the past, and then you catch yourself not reacting. You're like, wow. Probably after a process of that, you think, wow, I feel good. I didn't react to that. Or I tuned inward.
I think the reactiveness comes from an imbalance within, right? So if you have a lot of suppressed, stored emotion, whether that's anger, whether that's sadness, your body actually holds on to that energetically. So I used to be the master of stuffing it all down, right? Stuffing it all down, pretending like it didn't happen, pretending like it wasn't there. And I used to be a very reactive person, extremely reactive person, unpleasantly so. So it really is a journey and a process to getting to this place within yourself, where now for something to actually get me to really react, it's something pretty tremendous or significant, which feels really nice.
Yeah, this is such an amazing conversation. I had to jump in. Jessa, it's great to see you again. I know that we were just at the Marketers Cruise. It was lovely to
It's so nice to
have
see you.
with you. I think what people might have missed when you were talking is you talked about grounding. And I am a huge proponent of grounding, bringing back people into their body, supporting them with that, which is kind of the essence of what you're talking about here. Many people are reactive because they're in the mind, right? They're kind of going based off automatic patterns and things like that. Can you talk a little bit more about what grounding is and it means, and so that we can bring people back into their body? Because that's the place where I feel like we can actually move from generosity. When we're in our body, we can move from our heart. Our electromagnetic field gets bigger. Like, there's a lot of spiritual and energetic and science behind this. But can you talk a little bit more about what grounding is, what it means to you, and if there's any little practice that you can add on to related to what you were sharing a moment ago that people might be able to do it at home?
I mean, grounding can actually mean different things to different people, and there's a lot of ways to do that and to get there. I think overall part of the journey is creating space and doing things in your life that create space, create a more grounded overall foundation. So that can be yoga. Like my favorites for that is yin yoga. So that's a slow, like meditative type practice where you're really in your body. Kundalini yoga is another really beautiful way where you're really like you're getting out of here and you're getting into your body. There's so many incredible techniques, and in addition, like I said, that creates space, and so you're automatically creating a more grounded foundation for yourself. But sometimes one of the simplest things, just in the moment, when someone taught this to me, I found it to be so powerful. I literally will talk to myself, and so sometimes the conversation is just a stop. Get out of your head, get into your heart. Get out of your head, get into your heart. And sometimes just that moment to yourself of stop. Just stop it. Just a stop. Get out of your head, get into your heart. Get out of your head, get into your heart. And you're automatically like, oh, your body's like, wait a second. What?
That's good advice. That's good advice. Would you say that for maybe millionaires and people that are in high levels of business, would you say that would be a good place to start, is to say, wait, let me stop and reel back for a moment? Those that are maybe prone to not being so peaceful or that sort of thing, what other advice would you give millionaires or people, just people in general to maintain their peace? Is that the first step?
I think that's a really great first step. It's a simple one. It's an easy one. You can do it just right in the moment. You don't have to have any tools or props or this or that. You just just speak to yourself. Tell yourself to stop, right? Get out of your head, get into your heart. Just allowing yourself to take that step back. And you can add a little mantra to it. One of the things that I used to say to myself when I needed the consistent reminder is I would say, Jessa, stop. Trust, believe, let go, and allow. Trust, believe, let go, and allow. Because chances are, if you're really like frazzled or wired or like turned up about something, there's an absence of that trust. There's an absence of allowing there, and rather you're attempting to control whatever's going on. And so that's also really powerful to just tell yourself to stop. I would. All the time, Jessa, stop. Trust, go and allow. Go and allow.
Yes.
And whatever comes through will come through, but you'll automatically shift.
Yeah. I love that you're actually even touching places on your body as well, right? We have meridians on our body. Tapping is a really powerful technique and tool. It's even inspired me to think about one of the ways that I love grounding is actually getting out in nature, right? We have this electromagnetic field in nature that we can connect with that people forget about. We have an electrical system in our body. There's a frequency that's scientific of Mother Earth. So getting out in nature. And so kind of to keep along the theme of generosity, I'm thinking of nature right now and just how there's the seasons and cycles of life and how nature is so abundant, right? There's fresh air, there's abundance of water. So let's talk about generosity for a moment and the abundance that we can tap into. I know you work with a lot of high achieving individuals. What conversations are you having with them around generosity? What mindset blocks, what roadblocks do they have around being philanthropic, or even do they? What sort of conversations are you having with these clients?
I think what shows up, and the important thing to remember is what stops you from feeling very generous, from feeling very giving, from feeling like you can do that. Oftentimes it's the programming, it's the conditioning, it's not really yours, right? So the true nature, I do believe the true nature of us as beings, as actual divine beings, is generosity. But what happens is the conditioning and the programming tends to, because it's subconscious and it's so powerful, it tends to override that. And so there's things that are underlying that make people feel like they can't. It might be feelings of lack or scarcity. Sometimes it's guilt or shame. There's so many, and it's a very personal thing, right? So when I talk about the inner world of money, your inner world of money is completely unique to you. No one else has your exact inner world of money. And it's what's going on the inside in relation to money that affects how you're able to engage with money in the outer world of money.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that that's really great? I'm learning a lot. Do you think that people tend to have, even people with a lot of money or people that don't have as much money, do you think that people have negative feelings about money? Do you think that's something that feeling of lack? Or I've heard coaches and people talk about how they work with athletes or celebrities who are, very affluent and known in the world, and they still feel that sense of something is going to go wrong, or there's that negativity attached to money or things. But what do you think about that?
Oh, I love this question. Thank you. Well, the thing is, this is all of the money in the world is not going to feel good if you're mentally, physically, spiritually, or emotionally bankrupt. All of the money is not in the world is not going to feel good if any of those other aspects of yourself are really, really lacking and really, really feeling empty. And there's all different things that come with that affluence. There's guilt, right? That's sometimes where the guilt, not feeling deserving of it, not feeling worthy of it. There's all of these different things that get stirred up. So that's the thing, is it's not about the money, right? It's how do you feel in relationship to that money and having all of that money, or building and gaining more money, increasing your capacity to earn, hold, and grow money.
That's fantastic.
There's a statement, which is along the lines of what you're saying. You can be bank rich and, spiritually poor or broke. And, oftentimes with the clients that you work with, I work with them as well in a similar capacity. You see that where they have so much money, and some people would be like, you have everything, why are you still struggling? You have everything. And people think that money is going to solve all their problems. So can you speak to that a little bit more deeply too? Like what sort of emotional components are there getting in the way of them? Is this trauma? Is it just, like this current life stuff? Like what's actually happening here?
Well, I think there's a couple of different things, because oftentimes people who have a lot of money, who have already reached that pinnacle of financial success, sometimes the disconnect with is that they don't know how to actually turn it off and enjoy what they've built. They don't know how to enjoy the money that they've made, because they're so focused and they're so driven. Right. And the thing is like, just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean that you don't still feel like there's not enough. Some people's deep programming is that there's never enough. So if you're deeply programmed, if your deeply held belief is that there's never enough, it doesn't matter how much you get. You can have billions, which is far more than anybody could, realistically should ever be able to spend, right? Like it's plenty. It's more than plenty. but the feeling is not there. And so those two worlds of money are completely separate to one another, but they very much communicate with each other. So you have your inner world of money, and there's the outer world of money, and those two worlds communicate by way of a relationship. And that relationship is like any other relationship. That relationship might be unhealthy and tumultuous, or the other option is to have that relationship with money be healthy, be loving, be supportive, be peaceful. It's possible. Absolutely possible.
I love that. That's amazing. And I think I just learned a whole bunch from you. And I think that a lot of people, especially good people in the world, people that are passionate and artists, and, you've heard of the term people that, the starving artist syndrome, that if you're going to be an artist or artistic in any way, that you're going to be poor. And I say that as an artist myself, but also as a businesswoman, saying, there is a possibility to do both. And so I aspire to do all those things. And I can say that I think that we need to get rid of the poor artist thing, and the artists need to become strong, powerful entrepreneurs. So I would highly recommend that they read your book and learn to be, peaceful millionaires, and that they deserve to have money. I think there's a deserving problem amongst some of our starving artists and just people in general who maybe have tried businesses and maybe their businesses have failed. So I'm sure that all that advice is tremendous for them to feel better about money, even though maybe they've lost it, or they're the starving artist, or, that's probably how they need to start thinking.
I think it gets to be, the beautiful thing is it gets to be a yes and rather than an or. It gets to be a yes and. And so I truly do believe that there's this huge, tremendous opportunity, right? Good people with good money do good things. Great people with great money do great things. Extraordinary people with extraordinary money do extraordinary things.
That's awesome. Love that. Love that. Thank you.
I know Adora popped in here, so I could hog and hoard this all day because I love jamming out with Jessa. But Adora, did you have some questions or anything else to say?
Very quickly, because I love in the green room listening to all this brilliance flowing. And but Doria said, "This is my Maymay, my little sister." And in case you're not seeing those comments, sufficiency rocks. Miss Jessa, thanks for sharing your ideas. And I love, ladies, as women, we are people that when we're connected in our bodies, in our hearts, in our intuition, we usually create a lot more in life. And I, don't mean that to speak genders, whatever. I'm just speaking about our nature, is that when we're in tune with our heart, with our gut instinct, we're more powerful in life. So I really like that each of you brought up the importance of grounding and embodying and, feeling. And so I'd love to hear a little bit more about how being present and in tune with your body, in tune with your heart, and back to the subject of contribution, how that impacts our peace with money. So for some of you, because I know we have people in the Philippines, I also just want to drop in, and from all different backgrounds, a million may be like dreaming about going to Mars right now. It may seem really far away. So can you also ground in how some of these concepts can be like the next leap for someone may be $5,000 a month or $10,000 a month, or, where just ground some of that in for us.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, the thing is the dollar amount, the money itself is neutral. So it doesn't matter whether you're going from 5 figures to 6 figures, from 6 figures to 7, from 7 to 8 or beyond. That outer world of money and money itself is completely neutral. Now, how you feel about it is very likely not neutral, is very much not neutral at all, right? Because that's the inner world side. And so there's an opportunity there for growth in both worlds. So you get to grow in both aspects. We truly live in an infinitely abundant world, an infinitely abundant universe. There are infinite opportunities. There are infinite ways to earn money, to earn more money, to put your money to work for you, so that you're not constantly trading your time for money, so that your money goes to work for you and creates more and more and more money, whether you're working or sleeping or playing or doing whatever it is. So there's just so much opportunity there. And I think the important thing is talking about that slowing down to speed up. I think anyone who the societal expectation is that everything has to happen fast and it has to happen right now in this overnight success. And the thing is people who are very financially successful, they didn't get there overnight, because if you're truly holding and growing your money, that's a continual thing, right? Because if you have this overnight success, let's say you win the lottery, well, that's all fine and well, but 99% of people who win the lottery end up broke again, right? So
right, that's a good point.
So it has nothing to do, right, with the money itself. And what happens is each of those worlds need to grow and expand, right? Like if you currently feel like $100,000 is a lot of money and that would be life-changing for you, that's okay, right? So you have to grow in to that next level of what that feels like. Even people when they're going from, whether it's multiple 6 to 7 figures, from 7 to 8 figures, all of this stuff whatever's still there, even if you've done the work, whatever's still there will brew back up as you go to those next levels, because you constantly need to expand your internal capacity for money as you expand that external capacity.
I just want to reiterate
that is
for the audience, because it's a very important thing, which is the same sort of things that you will deal with at 6 figures are similar, if not some of the same things, but on a different scale for 7 figures and 8 figures. And I think that many people think that money will solve their problems. Once I hit 6, I know I thought this for myself too. Once I hit 6 figures, 7 figures, everything's going to change. Everything's going to go away. And if anything, there's just more zeros and commas. And at the same, it's like there's more responsibility and sometimes more pressure and sometimes more fear that I have more to lose, right? So I think that I just want to reiterate that for our audience, is that the number doesn't actually matter. And if anything, you said that brilliantly, the money is neutral. We have a lot of charge around it because of our experiences, our programming, our ancestral trauma, whatever it is. But at the same time, it's not actually about the money. It's our relationship with ourselves, our personal power, like boundary, like all of these things are what matter. And these are lifelong lessons that are never gonna go away. I think it's important that we really remember that. Would you agree with that, Jessa?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a continual thing. And I think that some of these societal norms really do such a disservice, right? Because there's this inherent perspective of go to school, go to college, get a good job, work until you retire. And that tends to often be all that people know, right? Mm-hmm. And there's these traditional routes, but there's also a whole lot of other ways. I mean, right? The thing is there's a million different ways. There's actually infinite different ways for you to get from point A to point B. Infinite ways for you to get from point A to point B. So,
sure.
The commitment, I think the commitment and the dedication to lifelong learning and growing is what the world is really starting to subscribe to, because that formal education is not enough. It's not enough in today's world, and it's not enough to feel good. It never was, right?
Yeah, and something that you're alluding to as well is that, many people have been told to take the traditional route because it's safer. But I think what a lot of people have realized over the last couple of years with shutdowns, with the economy, is that some of these traditional routes have never been safer. There's just the illusion of safety, and the ultimate power that creates wealth and everything else that you want is feeling safety within yourself, regardless of your circumstance, regardless of what's happening around you, because we are never actually, well, we can create a sense of safety, but in our environment, we're never actually safe in placing our power in people outside of ourselves. So I just wanted to highlight something that you're saying that's really important here that I want people to miss. It's about the safety that we feel within ourselves. And we oftentimes can attach that to my job, I get a paycheck. But, you know, that's why entrepreneurship can be very challenging for most people, is because they think that, oh, I'm in charge of all these things. Well, what if this happens? But, you know, with that same confrontation of what's safe, you also have so much more ability to expand. It's part of the reason why I got out of the mental health field, because I was like, capped income, capped clients. Entrepreneurship, on the flip side of the uncomfortability with safety, on the opposite end of that spectrum is also the expansion, unlimited possibilities, which I know you also help your clients work through, is an infinite realms of making a million ways to make $1 million. How do we want to do it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that you touched on that place of all of these, you know, just bringing that back up, that there's all of these different ways, and that safety is here, right? Safety is created within. And I think the other thing that's so important is it's really easy to, when you see from what you see from the outside looking in and what's going on the inside are often two very different things, right? There was a time in my life when, from the outside looking in, it looked like I had it all, right? It's like I lived in a nice townhome. I had a career in neurosurgery, so I had the prestigious career. I had the nice home. I had the luxury car in the driveway. But that's not a true representation of what's going on the inside. And at that time, I was not financially safe. I was not financially secure. I was, embarrassingly to admit, but living paycheck to paycheck, you know, despite a healthy salary, right? And so the thing is it's not, I love that you say, right, it's not tied to that safety and security is something that is created within. It's not out there. It's not out there. And part of my journey to be able to help people in the way that I do and at the level that I do was having it all stripped down. Having it all stripped down, the title, the paycheck, right? Having it all stripped down and finding the place within myself without all of that.
Sure.
That was natural.
That's a very
that felt
to
when you
awareness.
When you know your infinite worth without all of that external stuff, when you feel infinite and plenty here, and I had to have it all stripped down to learn to experience it in that way. And so it's really, really, really powerful.
That is a powerful concept, and I think it has to happen at some point. And I think entrepreneurs in general, I think we all go through those moments when we're like, okay, I'm about to embark on this next thing, or this next, you know, I'm about to scale. And what I got from what you said earlier was you have to scale here first before you can be out here first. You've got to see yourself there. You've got to believe in that plan. You've got to believe in yourself. And that is so true. The feeling of security, like, well, at least I have this to hang on to, when in fact that thing you hang on to might be the thing keeping you in that state. I can say that I've been there and have let go of all those things. So right now I'm like climbing my way into the next thing that I'm doing, and I'm excited about it, but it's also like scary, but it's great at the same time. And I think when you're talking about traditional ways of making money and getting a good paycheck, I think here we are in 2023, and I think that the financial landscape is very different. It's very different. There's so many ways to make money, in different ways. And that old way of thinking that you work until this, time and then you collect your money that you saved or whatever, I don't think that it works that same way anymore. So now we've got to scale a different way. But in order for us to scale a different way, we got to scale here first, and then it goes out.
I love this. It's reminding me, it's a global conversation right now. I've thought of a few things as I'm listening to ladies jam in the background. One is Drew Carey saying one of his wishes was that everybody would make all the money they dreamed to make so they can really find out what they care about in the world. Because a lot of us think when I get to this certain place, and that level keeps raising, whenever I can build this many orphanages, when I can, take care of my family. But really, when you have all the money that you need, then you get to tune in and go, what am I really passionate about? What makes me really happy? And the other thing I thought of is there's a gentleman who's a former military leader, right in that same realm of the Jocko, David Goggins guys. And he was saying you can't heal past your trauma. Like you can't, or your level of leadership will stop at the level of your unhealed trauma. So it's not just women saying this. These are, it's time. It's become very known that wherever we're stopped in our lives, it's these stories. So I love the work that you do, Jessa. I love who you are for entrepreneurs around and people around the world. And just thank you so much for sharing your genius and taking the time to put it into a book and to package up that brilliance so that other people have a chance to learn from you.
And we're gonna go to our next segment in a second. I'm gonna give Jessa the floor, Dora, for final words. I want to point out the Peaceful Millionaire book is such a beautifully designed and crafted book. In fact, I also have a bookmark, and I just want to showcase to people if you're an author or if you are a business owner in any respect, pay attention to the small details. The book comes with a beautiful bookmark that has all of the principles of the Peaceful Millionaire. And the point I'm making is the small things, the small touches. Look at the sticker that the autographed copy has. It's a small touch. And so what details are you missing in your business, right? The attention for detail that is placed into this book is an example of the attention for detail that she can now put into her clients, right? So remember, folks, how we do anything is how we do everything. And so I had to take a moment to point that out, and we're going to give the floor to Jessa Carter for any final messages that she has to share with our audience for about 1 minute or less, please, Jessa Carter.
1 minute or less. Well, I just honestly want to deeply thank you and Adora and Carissa and April, but everybody for being here, for the opportunity to have this conversation. These conversations are so, so important. Money can be one of the most challenging things for people to talk about. And so I just want to leave you with two concepts and two ideas. One is, how rich can you be? How rich can you be? And the answer to that question is you can be as rich as you choose to be. And I encourage and inspire you to be rich always, in all ways. And just remember that wherever you are right now on your financial journey, you're closer than you've ever been. So keep going. Just keep going.
I love that word of wisdom that you shared. Angela Kay says, I cannot wait to read Jessa's book. Thank you, Doria, for the compliment. Doria says, my new BFF to Jessa Carter. So when you have Robert Kiyosaki's former business partner say that about you, it's a testament to the audience that's watching this. We have such an eclectic group of people in our virtual auditorium. We have living legends like Doria Cordova, multimillionaires. We have folks in villages that are watching that, day one, we took a few minutes to showcase some of the photos that were sent to us from literally villages around the world. But let's not forget, there's also successful CEOs that are also watching this. And so it's a very unique mesh and blend, an eclectic audience and an eclectic group of speakers. So April Diamond, I want to thank you for sticking around, not just as a speaker, but also as a guest co-host. April Diamond, for those that don't know, she's had a song charted on the Billboard charts, not the download charts on iTunes or Amazon, but on the Billboard charts. That lovely woman right there that we got a chance to spend some time with. So thank you, April, for being a co-host and a celebrity co-host. We mentioned there would be some surprise celebrity appearances. So thank you, April Diamond. Jessa Carter, thank you. We're going to take a break for 1 minute, and we're going to stick on this theme of giving back. We're going to stay on this theme of stress management, because we believe that giving back and stress management are interconnected. So we'll take a quick break, a word from Jane King, and we'll be back.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And you know, Adora, I'm personally very excited to have some time with the next speaker, because she really is a forward-thinking individual. What we mean by that is, here on the Los Angeles Tribune as a free speech platform, we believe that we can showcase ideas and thoughts that are common, ideas and thoughts that are less common, and ideas and thoughts that people have never heard about before. And a lot of times what we see in the world of media is, if you grab a newspaper from 10 or 15 years ago, there are things in there that may today be obsolete, right? And so a lot of times forward-thinking individuals, people that are on the cutting edge, people that are doing things that no one else is doing, it's an honor for us to be able to take some time and see what's out there. As a free speech platform, as we mentioned many times on this program, we want to hear from everybody, from all walks of life, from all schools of thought. And on this program, we've had people that are very traditional in terms of, we've had experts in the field of financial literacy. We've had experts in the field of investing. We've had accredited investors and people that have been day traders. And we've had so many different folks attached to this event. And we also have, space to have folks that maybe people don't usually think about money, because a lot of times people might think about accounting and numbers. But what about the mind? What about stress management? Earlier, we had a doctor, PhD, speak about anger. And so I'm so excited, because a lot of corporations have now included mindfulness into some of the deliverables for their employees. A lot of corporations now have yoga rooms. A lot of corporations now have meditation centers inside of their corporate environment. If you go to Silicon Valley, Adora, you see billion-dollar-plus companies that have a meditation room, that have yoga balls. And so mindfulness is now making its way into corporate America. And so people like Barbie Lathan, whom 10, 15 years ago may have been not welcomed in the corporate world, today are being asked and invited and edified by the corporate world. Please come and teach our employees about stress management. Please come and provide a meditation practice to our employees. And statistics have shown, Adora, that when business owners incorporate mindfulness into the culture of their corporation, the productivity of the employees actually increases. And so when it comes to Money Forum Live, having someone like Barbie Lathan to speak about that aspect and that growing part of corporate America, we thought was very apropos. So with that being said, Barbie, let's kick it off with you just kind of starting about, explain a little bit about the personal growth that you've seen in corporate America with regard to mindfulness now being more mainstream than it previously was. We mentioned how, a lot of companies give benefits like dental and healthcare, but now companies are giving benefits to their employee like mindfulness exercises and meditation teachers. And so talk a little bit about the growth of mindfulness in corporate America, and as a business owner in the space of mindfulness, what that's been for you. Barbie Lathan, please.
So thank you. And I'm excited to be here today. Apologize, my green screen's acting a little bit funky, but sometimes that's just what the energy it brings out there. I got certified actually in the corporate space in mindfulness almost 12 years ago. And it's something that I really, really added to my practice with being able to do coaching, executive coaching with CEOs, et cetera, and other employees. But it really comes down to anybody can be a manager where they find out things that are critical for somebody. And so what I did is that I have a master's degree in spiritual psychology from the University of Santa Monica. And through there, we really focused on Carl Rogers, the psychologist, who did unconditional positive regard. So when you actually have a group of people, let's say you have a group of 40 employees, and they're not quite exactly sure exactly what to do with themselves in regards to their productivity and to be able to assist themselves, focusing on the unconditional positive regard means that you are focusing specifically on all the things that they are doing right. By being able to focus on all the things that they're doing right, you then elicit the best kind of productivity from them. And I watched people literally become, I've worked with elite athletes who've gone out and been, world champions and other things like that too, because it is really that mindset of focusing on, okay, we don't want to race to the middle. We want to race to the top. We want to have the opportunity of where we take anything that's mediocre and bring that up to excellence. And what I found is that people and businesses, especially in the corporate space, they're able to 10x their profit margins because people are engaged. They have that in Danish, they actually call that hygge. There's a coziness together of where you actually have all of the serotonin and the endorphins and the dopamine chemicals, which creates this beautiful collaborative communities. And then you get the best out of all of your employees. So to me, that is one of the most important aspects of it, of where by investing in it, you literally allow your business to thrive. So that's a huge thing. And even Napoleon Hill in Think and Grow Rich talked about the fact that, remember, there was that weird guy they said that worked with Rockefeller and they didn't know who he was. And he was up on the top floor and it was constantly going back.
Mm-hmm.
People have always had throughout history, kings and kingdoms and things like that. They've had mystics and sages and healers and oracles and all sorts of different people that give them this cutting edge because they get to be able to take the pulse of what's energetically happening in their company. And even like all of us are, Money and you grads taking the disc thing of where exactly what your employees' strengths are. From there, you can build the most mega team on steroids.
Barbie, here we see an article from Yahoo Finance about the future of work and how it's completely shifted, why Microsoft has partnered with Headspace. Now, yesterday we had a Microsoft executive here with us who had a powerful conversation with Adora. And as we're going through this article cited by Yahoo Finance regarding some of the methods that Microsoft is now incorporating, if you read that article, you see that it's really about them offering to their team and offering this this new app to their team, their in-house team, to be able to do stress relief, to be able to help them combat some of the burnout that a lot of employees are facing. And so when it comes to the corporate world, inviting folks that are speaking about subject matters, such as the subject matter that you're an expert in, we've really seen a growth. I mean, this article from Microsoft, citing Microsoft on Yahoo Finance, was published just within the last year. And in the post-pandemic era, we're now seeing a lot of mainstream corporations incorporate more mindfulness than ever before. And so speak on that a little bit, because I think it really is connected to all of the subject matters that we've been discussing for the last 4 days, because making money ultimately is an emotional phenomena. Please touch on that, Barbie. And I'm going to step back for a couple minutes because I know Dora has some questions for you as well.
So yeah, that's a really, really important thing. A lot of times, some of the most fun experiences that I've had with corporate clients is being able to have 40 adults that just lie down on the floor and do progressive relaxation. And, a lot of times it's before some like really, really big crunch time. There's a quarter one, quarter two. They have to be able to bring that productivity to a high. But it's, again, having an opportunity to be able to have that team building thing of where, you tense up your leg, you tense up your feet, you tense up your entire body. But then from there, you allow, again, all these beautiful chemicals to be able to step into your body where you have this absolute relaxation. And every single corporate space right now is looking for flow states. They're all looking for the flow states of where everybody is literally having the most productivity. And I even found, for me, I've been a volunteer in a lot of different spaces, and you do find that there are certain people where it's like, they're taking a lot of breaks, they go for a yoga stretch, they do that too. It's really, really important that these are tools in tandem with what's happening at work, and it doesn't become a playground of where you don't, do absolutely nothing. And I know, I dated a guy who worked at Apple back in the 90s when they were inventing the iPod, and it was one of those things of where it's like, it was, foosball and, popcorn machines and skateboarding around in Silicon Valley and doing all the kind of cool stuff too. But they also had to tone it down of where it couldn't just be nothing but play to be able to spark your creative juices and innovation. It also had to be that work-life balance where you find what it is to be able to make it the most successful.
Yeah, that's really huge. And I love what you brought up earlier, that people are learning how to step into creativity, and they're finding different ways to do that. When it comes to giving back, because that's the topic of today, and generosity and leading with generosity, I want to pivot to that for a minute. How important do you think it is to lead with generosity or to give when it comes to money and time and resources?
Well, you know me. That's pretty much kind of like my jam. That's really, really everything that I've done. My whole career that I shifted into in the last 3 years. When I started doing, intuitive coaching or quantum healing with the executive coaching, when I paired those things together in 2020, I gave away over 120 sessions for free internationally. I just said, hey, whatever you got, bring it to me. I wanted to find out what my flow state was. I was trying to see, because it takes an incredible amount of energy to be able to bring that kind of source energy through me. So I wanted to find, like, can I do 4 sessions a day? Can I do 5? Can I do 6? 4 is my sweet spot. 2 before lunch and 2 after lunch. That's totally my sweet spot, and being able to work with, with coachings or with groups. But by being able to do that, I had, people that were in Saudi Arabia, people that were in Australia, people that were in South Africa. They were all over the world, and really helping them to like manifest their dream jobs. And I've had, people that have had babies and who had IVF problems, and, just these amazing kind of things of where, when you give back, it brings so much joy. And I think that Mo mentioned before with Dr. Orman that, about how people used anger by going out and doing something nice, that they can kind of circumvent that too. And I feel like in my life, there were a lot of times where I was not accepted or I was bullied. So what I did is I literally found places to volunteer. If my heart wasn't being received by other people that I wanted it to be received by, I would just go find places to do that. So I volunteered for Los Niños in Tijuana when I was 12 years old with my church group. I did the best, the biggest blood drive. It was like thousands of people in my Tri-County area. I was like harassing people like, hey, give blood. But it's something that when it becomes in your nature, and then you feel like you're a part of a collaborative community, that just becomes so exciting. And I mean, everything that you're doing with the Project Uprising is phenomenal too. And it's like, it just has that finesse of where it juices everything up when you're giving back. But I think a couple of people on these last few days have stated that it has to be authentic. It cannot come from a fake or inauthentic place. It has to be, I want to give to you because of the fact that I feel like I'm compelled to do so. And I'm a super connector. I have people in the world who are married, they have kids, because I was like, you should date, you should do this or whatever. And it's like that. And that is something of where I'm so thrilled that you guys had Naveen Jain on, because he was my mentor in 2020, 2021. And he got on live and he just said, hey, here's my email address. Anyone who wants to contact me, just feel free. And I'm bold, and I just taken his Power of Boldness course. So I was just like, hi, Naveen, my name's Barbie Lathan. I'd love to connect with you. And he is so non-egoic. He has no gatekeepers, no PR people, nothing. And he was literally the very first guest on my TV show, You're Amazing, on May 31st, 2021. We had this riveting, amazing, opportunity. But he talks about stepping into that boldness. And a lot of times giving is boldness, because a lot of times people think like, oh, I should just kind of hold back too. And it can't be virtue signaling. It's not that you're doing it for likes on Instagram or you're doing it for Facebook. It has to be because it comes from your heart, but you have like that Napoleon Hill white hot burning desire to be able to give back. And I know for myself, I found that as that's happened, I've manifested, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and everything that I end up needing, it's like in the money space ends up being completely in flow. And that's exactly what we all want. We want to be in flow where we feel that it's like literally this energy that we're just kind of like weaving through.
Yeah, that's awesome. You really touched on a lot of points there. And I'll just bring them up as they flow through. One is authentic, being authentically aligned with giving, and not from the place of, this will get me more press or media. And also, I loved that you talked about not feeling like you fit in when you were younger. And so you went and found who could you serve. And I've heard it said like this: when in doubt, focus out. Mm-hmm. And we've heard a lot of versions of that today, which is like when you're going through your own stuff in isolation, you will stay there and can even spin out. And, we've had a lot of conversations about mental health and money and all of that. So I love generosity and focused on serving other people will move you in action and out of that state. That's really very powerful. And you talked about boldness and being bold and being able to take action. And because you have been bold, and it is generous to be bold and to go share, to connect, to shoot your shot in the best ways, basketball shots.
Yes.
But, to go after what you're looking to do, that's very generous. Even sharing yourself with the world is very generous, because many people only, share certain things, and people are feeling more alone and looking to feel connected. That is why we do these events here at the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm not part of the Tribune, but I'm partnered and work in collaboration, I should say, is the better word, and get to participate in these productions is because it's been brought up. Entrepreneurs feel alone. People can feel alone when they're taking bold new steps to serve for the highest, greatest good of all, or just to, go after their dreams. So thank you so much for sharing that and sharing your wisdom there. And so one other thing I want to ask is, when people are dealing with, okay, I want to give, but I don't know what I have to give or who to give to, or maybe, things are a little tight. You gave some great examples, but give us a few more ideas on how they could find what to give exactly.
Well, one thing that I have found is that too, as you know, I love to play with hair and fashion and lashes and things like that, because I think doing pattern disruptors oftentimes allows you to attract different things into your life. But I think that if you want to be money, you also have to look like money. That's part two, in the sense of where you can literally pull in that energy of wealth. And I know Ken Honda talks about that money container. Jessa was referring to that too, where you expand yourself out to, okay, what does this look like? What does that look like for me? But ultimately, it's also, what I found is that a lot of times I dress outrageously, like on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and my service is oftentimes just walking into a store, and people literally, they're there, like they want to be your personal shopper at Costco, or they want to help you with this, but it's that smile and that engaging of where you're making a human connection. And I know my nephews always ask me, they're like, you always talk to the busboys and the waiters, and you always talk to the people, that the hostesses, et cetera. And I always ask people, like, how's your day going? Or how are you doing? Et cetera, et cetera. Right there, those are tiny little acts of service that don't cost a penny. But what ends up happening is you have this intimate dance with your waiter or your busboy or the person, and they're bringing stuff to you. Also, maybe there's an extra free drink, or they do this, or it's just, but they're so feeling appreciated because you're not ignoring them. You're not seeing them as a different level. You were literally in this engaging in a dance. So when you're at the grocery store, say hi. I know Trader Joe's, they always say hi to you, but it's like, if you're at a regular grocery store, hi, how you doing? How's your day going? Et cetera. It's like, you don't have to have a long conversation, but I always say that you need to start small, because everything that, like, I talk about with the quantum healing, what you were talking about, those are quantum leaps where you don't have anything to be able to attached to your past to. It's literally going into something that's completely unknown, and you're literally doing this quantum leap. But in the moment, finding something that you find that it interests you too. What is your passion there? What are the things you want to do? I think that the concept of tithing is one of the most beautiful things that you can do to whatever organization that you belong to. And if you don't belong to an organization, automatically taking that 10% of your own monetary success and gifting that out to the people of your choice, there's nothing better than that. Or even, being a part of a food drive that's local. I know, fabulous Camille Robbs, she feeds people in Florida, all around the world, and does amazing things. And, she had a story about, in Thanksgiving, she had 300 turkeys and people that lined up in their cars. And she's like, please God, make it that I have enough turkeys. And she had exactly 300 turkeys for 300 cars. It's like, those are the kind of things that are so great. So it's like, again, you don't have to feel like you have to go out there and save the world, because that can feel too overwhelming. But starting small with like little things that you can do, just by greasing up your day. And a lot of times, again, a smile, now that we don't have to wear masks anymore, a smile is a universal language. And it's the one thing that tells our brains that it's not fight or flight. It's basically are you a friend or are you a foe? When you smile, you're a friend.
So good. I see Carissa's in here, and I know this is my jam. So I'm going to let you ask or say anything that you want.
Well, I know that
lovely Barbie Money Lathan. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I know that we have a special surprise for the guests in about another minute or so here. So I don't want to take any time away from that. I just wanted to pop on and say, I love that you're here. Thank you so much for doing the work you're doing in the world. I know it takes a lot of courage to step out of what's traditional and mainstream and to offer this kind of work, especially to leaders, to public figures and professionals. And so we're excited to see the next little segment that you have for us. And so I wanted just to give you the floor to do the process and to walk everybody through what you're going to be doing.
Yes, and I just want to frame that first by saying that, as always, it's a pleasure to have Barbie here with us. I personally have so much respect for Barbie. I know her personally, so I know that she really wants to make the world a better place. She really wants to heal people. She really wants to uplift people. Barbie Lathan has a beautiful, beautiful heart. And it's a pleasure to call you a friend. It's a pleasure to be able to work with you because I know how beautiful your heart is. And I know that you truly are the embodiment of love on this planet. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for that, because you're doing what your spirit is telling you to do to make the world a better place. I love you, and thank you for taking time to be on our platform. And that's probably me calling you, hey, Barbie, we're live on the air. Hello. But with that being said, on a serious note, the next few minutes are an example of the category of mindfulness that we spoke about. Of course, I was citing this Yahoo Finance article a little bit earlier, showing that how companies like Microsoft are now taking mindfulness seriously and helping their team members incorporate it. So I'm curious, as somebody that you know, let's say hypothetically speaking, we were at a big corporation and they hired you. Let's take a few minutes and just, you know, visualize, if you're in the virtual auditorium, visualize yourself at a company, and the company HR director is now introducing Barbie Lathan. What would a practice look like? Barbie Lathan, please.
So it's really, really fun. I love doing this with people. So ultimately stepping into a space, a lot of times, you know, workshops can be 40 people. They can be, you know, 500 people. It just depends. So I love to focus on ancient wisdom for today, you know, combining modern technology with ancient wisdom as well. And if you put your hands together, almost like a basketball, when you put your hands together, you can feel that resistance, almost like the heat between them. There's like this push pull on that. And so in a lot of martial arts practices throughout history, people have done what's called chi balls or prana balls. So just having this opportunity. And this would be something that you would start off your day. You would be maybe at your desk. You don't need to actually make it as a chi ball if you don't want to, but you would just be at your desk or whatever your workspace is, remotely at your computer. And you just open up this intentional space of mindfulness. Like, I am here today. What do I want to accomplish today? What do I want to be able to have? Is it, what am I wanting to manifest in my workspace here? Is it that I want a new client? Do I want a new opportunity? Is it that I want, you know, a specific number in my, you know, my profits and loss? What is it that I literally want to be able to accomplish in this moment today, and not focusing on the stress of tomorrow or the next week, etc. So just imagining that there might be a color of the day. And so what are you pulling in? So maybe today the color of the day is on the background here. Like I said, it's not cooperating, but on the background is lapis lazuli, which for me represents Egypt, with the ancient wisdom of Egypt. So bringing in lapis lazuli, and then there's diamond dust that's in my background as well. Just bringing that diamond dust in as well. And then pulling in any of the people that you're going to be working with. So if you have a staff meeting and it feels like drudgery, instead you imagine yourself at the staff meeting in complete harmony with the job. It goes a lot faster than it was supposed to be, or was scheduled for. Everybody's very productive. They get everything done that they need to. If you're a boss, you have the people that are reporting to you, and you have different observations, or, you know, like HR reports you need to write. Those all go very, very smoothly. All of your electronics work properly. Everything is in alignment. It's just in that space, and just kind of feeling into that, pulling all those people into this bubble that you're going to be working with on that day, that the phone is starting to ring off the hook with all these people that want to be able to get your products and services. You have all these different things. And then noting from that, and literally what I do is, I know Vishen Lakhiani, when he talks about the Silva Ultra method, talked about the fact that the right is your past and the left is your future, which was totally opposite from what I thought it was before. So what I do is I literally take this chi ball that I've just put into my beautiful, perfect day for today. And from there, I literally send it around the planet, woo, and I let it go. And then from there, now I'm ready for productivity. Now I can step into my flow state. And then what you do is throughout the day, you have your reticular activating system that looks for the results of the intentionality of this little 3 to 5 minute process that you did. And you go and you look for the results. And that's the most fun, because then I get my clients that come back to me with their kick-ass results, and they say, oh my God, this happened, and I had 10 calls, and then this client came back and he wasn't going to work with me, or my real estate deal came through, or whatever it is. So then it's like, I don't know if you can feel it, but my energy's just shifted. It's like you get to choose your frequency whenever you want to. If you feel like you're in the doldrums, don't go have a cup of coffee. Go back and recharge your own frequency. You are literally an electrical being. That's why we need to drink water. We're like 75% water. So recharge your frequency, and then you can laser focus and do what you need to do without feeling that kind of like ho-hum, it's not that great. And then look for the results in your work. So Mo, that's pretty much it. I mean, when I work with clients, obviously I do a lot longer, and we go through, like everything that they want to accomplish. But in something like that, it's so simple. It's setting the intention for the day. And then you could do it at the end of the day as well. And just say, I'm closing my computer, I'm done for the day. And just, looking for those different things. And then being grateful for the results that you get. Because gratitude is an energy frequency that is really, really important, that everything that you do manifest, it needs to be acknowledged, because then you get more. And when you get more, then you're happier, and then you're more fulfilled. And then everybody in your life benefits as well. So
me and Carissa were feeling that. We get more and we get happier.
Hey,
you get more. You get more.
More of what you want to have more of. Not more weight. No, not more debt. We want more freedom. We want more peace. Yeah. I just clarified that.
So I wanted to thank Barbie Lathan. I wanted to thank you, Barbie, for being a positive stand in the world. I know Jessa Carter's Peaceful Millionaire book, which I'm holding here in my hands right now, also speaks about a lot of the similar themes of basically taking control of our mind. And again, the Yahoo Finance article showing companies like Microsoft are taking this kind of work very seriously. And so now it's hit corporate America. Now it's hit Silicon Valley, a huge company that has just really gone viral in the last year is Newcom. And now this kind of technology of being in control of the power of our mind has gotten attention from Silicon Valley. In fact, Jane King interviewed the CEO of Newcom, Jim Poole, live in the NASDAQ studios in New York City on a program that's affiliated with Bloomberg and Newsmax and Fox and very mainstream news outlets. And so the point I'm making is that things that years ago were considered fringe by some are now becoming more and more mainstream, more and more corporate, which is why Barbie Lathan is in demand as a corporate trainer, which is something that maybe decades ago you would not see someone in her line of work being invited by mainstream Fortune 500 type companies. But today, the Barbie Lathans of the world are being invited to join, to speak, to facilitate, to train. And so this is a very corporate service that you're doing. And I just wanted to thank you again, Barbie. If you have any final closing words of inspiration, 1 minute or less, we will give you the floor to share, please.
Absolutely. And thank you. This is my third Los Angeles Tribune event. Looking forward to the rest of 2023. And I love the diversity and the variety of the different topics from wealth to neuroscience now to this Money Life Forum in regards to investing. I do also have a very special crypto information piece that if anyone would like to email me, I would be more than happy to share that. I'm not going to share that online, but it's still having the opportunity of where, yes, this is mainstream and it is something that allows you to be able to have an amazing edge and stepping into that frequency of where you can actually do whatever you want. Naveen Jain said half of the Fortune 500 companies are going to be completely gone because they'll be disrupted. So we all need to adapt, or else we literally find ourselves obsolete too. So whatever version 2.0, 3.0 that you are too, you need to always, like your Apple and your Androids, you need to upgrade your operating system as well and continue to adapt and find new ways to be able to serve the world and serve yourself, because it also makes it more exciting.
Thank you for pointing that out. That conversation we had with Naveen Jain was so beautiful. And to your point, I know what moment in that interview you're referencing where Mr. David Fagan was asking Naveen very specifically, will you please tell us a very specific industry? We're trying to get specific here. We want to give our audience some specific answers. And Naveen Jain said, there's not an industry that won't be disrupted. So that was a fun moment, but it was actually very true. If you also think about, especially where we're at today with technology and AI, I mean, it's really just, we are really living in fascinating times. I know it's an ancient Chinese proverb that once stated, may we be lucky enough to live in interesting times. It's an ancient Chinese proverb. And I believe all of us are lucky enough to truly live in interesting times. Barbie Lathan, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with one of our final segments of Money Forum Live.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And hello and welcome back, my friends. And as I'm looking at this Peaceful Millionaire bookmark, I'm noticing that Peaceful Millionaire principle number 27, success is 80% psychology, 20% strategy. We've covered psychology and strategy in our next speaker, Adora, and this is going to be, and as we were all discussing, who are some of the most appropriate keynote speakers to close out the days and close out the programs. And I think that this conversation, which is a pre-recorded conversation that was recorded recently just for this program, it's an exclusive hour that we get to spend with this really phenomenal thought leader. I had such a great time, Adora, speaking with him on strategy and psychology and leadership, and more specifically, team building. And I mean, I remember even during the time that we spent, I thought to myself, this gentleman really puts me at ease as far as just dissecting the way his mind works. So I had a real good time spending that hour with him to dissect leadership, team building, communication, psychology, strategy. And so, Adora, we're just going to go straight into it, so we don't need to actually do a long bio, but just how excited are you for the principles that are going to be taught and learned from the next hour? Please, Adora.
First, let me say that I almost ran upstairs to grab my Jessa Carter book. I feel a little envious at how handy that is for you, and I hope everyone grabs that book. But yes, I'm very, very excited because—
And if you can't get the book, at least get the bookmark. It's almost
right.
as good.
That's right. And the ability— Peaceful Millionaire. The ability to build a team and to inspire a team, especially in uncertain times, really impacts how far and free we are as leaders and entrepreneurs. So I'm very excited about this next
So
interview.
let's go right into it now. And if you're watching this, this is one of the highlights of the program as far as the principles go. And so with
Carissa,
that being
thank you for
said,
your smile.
Thank you, Carissa, for your smile. We appreciate you. And we're going to go into the next segment. This is Money Forum Live. Thank you. Live and direct, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our next segment right here on this broadcast, presented to you by our lovely sponsors, friends, affiliates. And, I want to just talk a little bit with you, Adora, before we introduce our next guest, about the importance of team building, keeping your teams motivated, keeping your teams inspired, and keeping them focused on the vision. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a solopreneur, if you're a business owner, one of the most important attributes that you must have is the ability to hold your vision and instill that vision in your team. And our next guest is going to speak about that particular subject matter, among other things. And so, Adora, I'm just curious, how excited are you about our next segment, please?
I'm super excited. I mean, right now, when economy is uncertain, as we've been talking about, or even whenever it's thriving, any business owner that has scaled knows that there comes a point where you have to, even if you're really great at just getting everything done yourself, you have to be able to delegate and inspire teams. And it's a sticking point. A lot of people don't make it past that point. So I'm really excited to dive into, what does it take with somebody who has inspired teams and built and, guided large organizations of teams. Mo, thank you.
I absolutely love it. And I agree with you, Dora. I think this is a very important quality that leaders must have. And I know that this program has been all about specifics, tangibles, investment opportunities, ideas as far as what direction the marketplace is going, and a lot of mindset work and leadership principles. And so with that being said, I'm just going to get straight to the meat and potatoes with you, Dan, because we have limited time, and I know our audience is ready to listen, learn, and take notes. What are some of the top 1 or 2 attributes, qualities that you can look back on your career that have helped you be successful and help other people become successful that you would say have been the difference maker for you, so that you can share with our audience, please?
You know, that's a great question. And I think so often when you're looking at success and how do these people become successful, there's a lot to it. It's almost, you can't just break down one particular thing. But I think the first thing is you have to learn about the field that you're focused on. So what I personally did, I was struggling just like a lot of people, starting out in my own businesses and trying to figure out how I'm going to build, how I'm going to create a successful business and things like that. And so I went to one of the most basic success principles, and that's success leaves clues. So before you can lead a team, you have to understand how you're going to build, because you lead from the front. You lead by doing. You don't lead by telling. I think one of the biggest mistakes that so many people do is they try and come up with a game plan. They don't want to get their sleeves dirty. They want to get everybody else to do all the heavy lifting, to get somebody else to do all of the hard work. What I found, one of the best qualities that I prefer to follow is somebody who's doing more than they're asking me to do. So I don't feel like, oh, this person's just trying to make money off of me. They're just trying to, have me do all the work. As a leader, I want to. It's much easier to get people to follow if you're literally doing double, triple, quadruple what you're expecting from them, and then they see you day in and day out, everything that you're doing, and they're like, good grief, this guy's working so much harder. I can at least do my part. I can at least do this amount. And so the first thing that I did is I literally personally interviewed somewhere between 50 to 70 people that were successful in my field. And then I kind of wrote down a basic formula, and then I needed to apply that, to test it and figure out exactly how to do it. And so when I started team building, it was coming from a source of strength that I knew 100%, no question, that what I was teaching worked. And I think so often people try and cut corners. They try and figure out, well, yeah, we could do it that way, but there's got to be an easier way. We were just talking to some people earlier today, and like a lot of people when they're looking at business, and let's say that we have to dig a hole, and that hole has to get dug for whatever we're building or whatever we're doing. And there's a whole bunch of shovels sitting out there. A lot of people will just go grab the shovels and start digging because they know that it has to get done. But so many other people will sit there and think, oh man, that's going to be a lot of work. There's got to be an easier way. Let's keep looking. Maybe we know somebody with a tractor. Maybe we can figure out, something else that'll do it faster or easier. And a lot of times it's just really good old fashioned hard work. And that's my number one advice. Don't try and train and teach people what to do. Train by showing them what you're doing. And then it's much easier to get people to follow because they know they're seeing the success happen. They know that you're somebody that is all in. People don't want to follow people that are just dipping their toe in. They follow people that are all in. They want to follow people that are passionate. They want to follow, that type of a person. So I know this is kind of a long answer, and I'll turn it back to you guys. But the last thing I kind of want to say on this is do some self-evaluation and think to yourself, would I follow myself? Whether somebody's trying to, build a list and build a team on social media, or they're trying to do that. It's like, would I follow myself on social media? What am I putting out there that people can, learn from? What type of advice am I getting? Would I even follow myself? Would I partner with myself? Would I hire myself? And if with just that hard self-checking, a lot of times I think we can see some of the things that we need to improve. And before we can really build a team, we got to realize I might need to make a few changes myself if I'm going to truly build a significant team.
I know Dora is going to chime in here, but I have to ask one follow-up question because you mentioned that nobody wants to follow people that are not all in. And I would love, Dan, if we could dive into that a little bit more, because I think it's very powerful, and I think that could be a game changer for a lot of folks that are watching this. Can you share some distinctions between what a leader that is speaking to their team, that is all in, some language that they use, some ways that they share their vision, versus someone that's not really all in? And why? Because I think that distinction is so important and makes a huge difference in business. Please.
Yeah, just a couple examples of that, of what I mean. The all in takes time. It's not like you can just see right away how committed somebody is, because you always hear people say that, man, I've got to make some things happen. I'm going to give this 100%. It's like those New Year's resolutions. Every year is going to be the breakout year for 90% of human beings, but in reality, only 1 or 2% make significant changes in the year. So I think that the first thing, this is how I would talk to myself, kind of self-talk. The business that I was in is a marketing business, and we were marketing nutritional supplements. And there's all kinds of different companies that people could join. So it doesn't matter if it's real estate, it doesn't matter if it's whatever anybody's selling. There's always a lot of options in most cases of similar jobs. And so I literally made up the mindset, and I said, here's the bottom line. I'm going to stay focused and stay with my company longer than these other people are going to stay with theirs. I'm going to continue to learn. I'm going to continue to stay consistent longer than they are. So in my mind, I felt like all of the people that I'm trying to attract into my life and I'm trying to bring into my business, I had the mindset that it's just a matter of time. They're not going to keep doing what they're doing as long as I am. And that consistency, they call me to see what's going on, and it's the same thing that was going on, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago, 3 years ago, 6 years ago, 9 years ago. And just as an example, the first company that I ever got started with, we're talking back in February of 1993. I still make a weekly residual check from that company, even though I haven't pitched or sold those products since 1996. So we're talking about now almost 27 years of residual income based on the work I did from like 1993 to 1996. And most people are just moving from company to company to company. So unfortunately, it's more of a mindset that you need to do. I can't really if I just get started in a brand new company and nobody knows my history and stuff like that, it's not like they're going to be like, oh, this guy's super serious. That's something that takes time. So if you figure out what my goals are and what I'm actually trying to do, the first thing is consistency in whatever it is, whatever you say you're going to do. If they see that you're consistently doing it day in and day out, that's going to stand out a little bit. But then month in and month out, a lot more, quarters, years, decades. And I literally, there's been people that I've stayed in contact with for 30 years now that have never joined and done business with me. I still contact them, and in my mind, I still think they're going to eventually. So I don't know if that really makes sense, but I think that so often, people are just going to give it a try and see if it happens. And it's a whole different mindset that if I'm just going to try something, or if I'm going to make something work, if I basically am the type that burns my bridges and there's no way back. This has to work or I'm losing everything. And it is very difficult because there's a time when you can't just keep doing the same thing and it's not working. So you know what I mean? So there's a time that you almost have to change direction. I want to be very clear. What I'm talking about are things that are already proven. So we already know that in this certain type of business, people are having massive success. And in that type of a thing, I just focus on true proven principles. If I stay focused and I stay consistent doing the right things a long enough period of time, it's going to work out. So you have to have those. I think it's more of like a mental toughness course than anything else. Most of the things about like success in business, and especially when we're talking about team building, what is team building? Team building is leverage. Why do you want to build a team? You want to build a team because you want to create leverage, and that's the way to create the exciting residual income and stuff like that. That's why team building is so important. But I think that as we're doing this, we have to realize that sometimes you just have to will things to happen and believe that they're going to.
So Dan, but you've dropped so many golden nuggets so far that I need to do a quick recap, and then I have a question. So first of all, lead from the front. Leadership starts with you. Don't be someone that's just telling everyone what to do. You be a person that is doing the things that you're asking for. And so lead and check yourself. Do a self check-in. Am I the kind of leader that I would follow? Is this the kind on social media, in business and life and family? You could really apply that anywhere. And then consistency, like over time, right, your character will reveal itself. It's very true. And if you stay consistent, then over time, people will know. And all in. Now, I got them out of order in what you said, but be all in. Don't, tippy toe. And that's so true. Like if you've anytime I've not been all in and jumping in cold water pool or something like that, it's miserable because you're like, versus when you're all in. So I think that's a philosophy that really goes. Mm-hmm.
That's funny, Adora. I envisioned a cold plunge, what you was talking about. If I just like stick my toe in and then get my ankle in and then a little bit more, I'm gonna be like, man, this is just too cold. It's not going to happen. Basically, you just got to jump in, take a deep breath, control your breathing, and relax a little bit. And that's kind of how the business is. At different times, you just got to take a deep breath and grind it out. But yeah, I think that's a lot of the things you're right on.
Well, it's powerful. So those of you taking notes, I'm so glad that I'll be able to watch the replay. So the question that I have is, okay, you lead from the front, you ask people to do, only things that you would do. But a lot of business owners, then when it's time to scale, it's time for them to stop doing certain things and to allow someone else to take the place of some of the things they were doing so that they're able to scale. So now so can you say some things about how you let go of some of the control, how you choose who you give that control to, and how you inspire, because it never works when you're just the taskmaster. And I've actually done that before, not on purpose. I'm just so driven and in a mode, and I'm like, do this, do this, do this. And people know me are like, where's Adora? Because I'm usually like, hey, so how do you then, delegate powerfully, but inspirationally instead of, and be effective. So anything you want to say about that? I feel like you're going to jam.
Yeah, I really think that the whole thing in scaling is in order to scale, I think that you truly have to understand the business, like the moving parts. I think so often businesses aren't as complicated as we make them if you're just like breaking down each little segment. So if we're talking about like a business selling nutritional products online, obviously I have to be working with the manufacturers in order to keep the product in inventory. I have to have people shipping the product. I have to have customer service. I have to have some merchanting. I have to have some people managing ads and tracking all the analytics and those types of things. So I think the first thing before you can really scale is you have to understand all of these moving parts. And then you have to, just like you said, like when you start off with a small business, you could be running all of those parts. You could be doing your own customer service. You could be the one actually packing and shipping. You could be the one, running the ads, whether it's Google AdWords or Facebook or Instagram posts or, all of these different types of things. So it might start off that it's just like your entire business is you. But as soon as it gets to the point that, okay, I can't handle all of the customer service, I can't handle all of the shipping, I can't handle all of these things, you slowly just start kind of replacing yourself. So if I start my business and I'm everything, then I start thinking, okay, what are going to be the easiest things to replace? It's going to be more of the non-high skilled positions. So now, okay, I'm gonna stop doing customer service. That's something I can train others to do. I'm gonna stop, physically shipping the product. That's something I can train somebody else to do. I'm going to bring somebody in to manage the warehouse that can, at least count good and make sure that our inventory is under control, and they can send a PO to the manufacturer and go from there. And so I might hold on a little bit longer to the marketing, because I might think that, well, that takes a little bit longer to learn. But then as soon as I need more help in that, then again, I just replace myself, hire somebody there, and just kind of move on. And automatically, the business is going to scale. So once you, again, a lot of times when people first start, and it's, they're a one-man show, we're going to start building that team. You start scaling yourself out of the equation, starting with the least skilled positions and then going to the most skilled positions. And typically, you're not going to be bringing in like super high level until your company's already doing tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars per year. But eventually, you want to scale yourself all the way out of the business so that there's always some sort of an exit strategy. Like, I don't think that there's any business that I have right now that depends on me, meaning that I could go away for a month or for a year or for a decade. And you have to get to that potential to that, even though you started the business, you're passionate about the business, it needs to be able to function without you being part of it. But it's baby steps. You can't just step out all at once, because most small businesses, they don't have the money to hire everything out. But as soon as it starts growing, start scaling yourself out of everything all the way up to CEO. And then you even want to, at that time, be trying to find somebody that can replace what you're doing throughout the entire thing. So I really think that that's what scaling is just understanding all of the moving parts, and then start eliminating yourself from those parts, and it kind of takes care of itself.
Well, awesome. And I loved what you said there, starting with the least skilled, thing, whether it's, copy and paste, admin, organization, the things that don't take as much, but, and then you also said, you probably won't go very high level until you're at the millions. So when you say high level, you're talking about bringing in COOs from other major companies, but you're saying you can begin to scale sooner, like someone making your social media post if you're a brand new entrepreneur and you're ticking away in Canva, or you've got Photoshop skills. As you get going, it's like, how much is that paying you? And could someone else do this for you?
It was really like one of the things that somebody taught me a long time ago was to understand that all of your time is worth something. So what is your time worth? And so it kind of goes to the point that it's like, okay, if it takes me, 2 hours to mow my lawn, or I can pay somebody $100 to mow my lawn, what's good use of my time? Not that you want to, not be willing to mow your own lawn. It's not that at all. The concept is, can I do something in those 2 hours that can make me more than the $100 to pay somebody to mow my lawn, or to pay somebody to clean my house, or to pay somebody to wash my cars? It's understanding the value of your time and just kind of going from there. And I think that that's something that people want to understand during scaling, because there's only 24 hours in a day. No matter how wealthy we are, we don't get even one more second. Everybody has that same amount of time. So, start looking at some of these small things that you're spending all of your time doing right now, and start to cut some of those out, whether you have to pay somebody else to do it, or whether it's just flat out not good use of your time and not bringing anything anyways. Start focusing on, what are my income producing activities? What are the things that I do to produce income? And I want to start focusing on those if I want to create massive success. If things like, scrolling on TikTok or looking at reels or watching, Netflix, you definitely want to chill out sometimes, but those are not income producing activities, right? But yet a lot of people are eating up 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. Oh, I don't have any time. to start a side gig. I don't have any. Yeah, you don't have any time because you're wasting so much time on non-income producing activities that you're never going to make money. And I think
well,
those are some of
scrolling
the
on
things-
TikTok, someone else is making money apparently, and we'll leave that conversation for a totally different time. I don't know how much longer they're going to be around here in the U.S., but yeah. So I love that income producing activities. What everything is worth a certain amount of, your time is worth a certain amount, and I look at it like whether it's financially, but also in meaning and purpose and joy, right? So that's irreplaceable, the time that I could have with my daughter, or I could be taking in a nice ocean breeze on the beach and feeling like I'm part of something way bigger than myself. So sometimes we get, when you're, so busy working this vision, and people will say, oh, I'm just grinding. And I do believe in that growth and hard work ethic, but you can only go so fast when you're doing everything, and then you miss other parts of life. So speaking about going all in, like being all in on everything you say is important to you.
For sure. I think that one other thing that I would like to point out, just in leadership, in building teams or doing whatever that you're doing, is I think most leaders live on purpose, meaning they're not just winging a lot of things. A lot of them know when they're going to wake up, and they wake up at that time. They know exactly what they're going to do for the first 2 or 3 hours of their day. They know exactly when they're going to check their email. They know exactly when they're going to respond to their email. They're not just like winging it. They're not just randomly doing things. And so I think if you start to think, how do you manage your life? Are you truly living by design? Are you truly living on purpose, so that you already know what you're going to do? I think if you leave too much to the undecided, or not really having it planned out, then you just kind of end up, taking the easier route through life. And unfortunately, if your goals are to be able to create, finances that can take care of you and your family, and maybe for generations to come, and have the ability to control your time, which only happens through building leverage and those things, you really can't just wake up and just kind of wing it and just kind of figure out what you're going to do. So now again, I think that you want to have plenty of time to relax and not think about business, but that also needs to be planned. You see some of these great leaders that they're planning when they're going to take the time off and relax, and they can completely unplug because it's planned, and they're doing that by design. They're living on purpose. They're living by design. And I think what you'll find, most leaders do that, and most people that are still trying to make improvements or hoping things are going to change, they really aren't living on purpose, like knowing exactly what they're trying to do, having a kind of a method to their madness. They're just kind of in one of those mazes, hoping that they eventually find their way to the top. And even though you can keep on trying different things, and maybe something will happen, the stars will align, and luck will come. That happens, but it's not an easy thing to duplicate. I say, let's not leave it all up to luck. Let's actually have a game plan, and let's do something with purpose every single day.
I love that. And you're right. Most leaders, even if they are self-proclaimed work in the flow leaders, are very intentional about that flow, when they meditate, when they work, they have morning routines. And so, but I also love that with that, what you're saying is even that is planned, it's purposeful, it's intentional. Do you think a lot of people are missing that these days?
I think most people miss it because they just get so into daily life that they wake up within or set their alarm, get up, hit snooze 3-4 times, then they try and decide, well, what am I going to have for breakfast, and then they try and decide what am I going to do, and then they pull up their phone and they start replying to some emails and scrolling and doing these things. And then, they just kind of get to the office. People start saying, hey, where do you want to go for lunch, or what are you doing for lunch today? And then they start thinking about that. And it's just like, kind of just like random thoughts throughout the day without a whole lot of, purpose or design. Instead of what I've seen so many more successful people, they're checking their emails 2 or 3 times a day. Because if I just check my email anytime and I start, scrolling through and replying and doing all of that, it's just so easy to get sidetracked. And so obviously you want to get back to people. You want to check your voicemail, you want to check your text messages, but don't check it every 5 minutes, or else you're really never going to get anything done. Have an exact plan when you're going to do these things. And I'm going to respond to emails from this hour to this hour. I'm going to return calls from this hour to this hour. If not, I think that many successful people have said that 80% of all time is wasted. If that is the case, if you're wasting 80 to 90% of your time, you are probably not going to be a successful person.
Okay, so Dan, I have so much respect for you as a business person, and that it's my inclination to just ask all the questions, which I'm going to lead with generosity and bring my dear friend and partner Mo Rock up from the Los Angeles Tribune and give him the opportunity as well.
Yeah, thank you, Adora. No, I've really enjoyed listening to you, Dan, and thank you for sharing your wisdom with our audience. Of course, in our next special edition paper, which features some of the top thought leaders from around the world, this distinction between career and calling is a reoccurring theme with a lot of thought leaders that have contributed to this quarterly special edition. And so I want to delve more into that, because I think there are a lot of folks watching this. And let's just start with some of the simple ideas, Dan. And one of the most common questions a lot of people have is, what's my purpose? This is perhaps one of the most common questions that folks tend to ask in this space and in their journey and on their journey of personal development and leadership development. And so for someone watching this that's at that place, what words of advice do you have to give them so they can start, having a North Star and start going in the proper direction? Please, Dan.
Yeah, you know what? I think it is important that we all do kind of a self-check and really try and understand what our goals are. And I think that I ask people this question all the time. Let's say that Elon Musk was going to fund your business, and he basically said, hey, I'll put unlimited resources towards you. I think you're an awesome person. I think you have strong vision. What exactly would you do? So if you could do anything you wanted, you could pay yourself for anything you wanted, exactly what would you do? Think about that. Where would you live? What would you pay yourself? What would your goals be? What would you actually do? I think a lot of times people have kind of forgot about their dreams. And I think that as human beings and in a worldwide economy, there's so much can happen in a 6 month to a 2 to 3 year time frame. I mean, you can completely transform your life in a year or two. It's unbelievable, but you have to have a game plan in order to do that. So I'll just kind of give you my own story of that a little bit. When I first got it started, I as a college student, I worked some jobs that weren't very fun. Starting out in telemarketing, and I'm like, man, this isn't very fun. I don't like this at all. I'd like to try and find something else to do. But I learned that, okay, even though I don't like it, I can still learn how to become as good as I possibly can. Then I did some factory jobs, working at Coleman, working at a company called Gore, where it's just like repeating the same thing on an assembly line, 12 hours a day, nonstop. And so I really started to think, man, I don't want just this type of a job that I'm just like kind of like working a robot's job until they create robots that can replace me. Just that repetitiveness, time and time again. So I started to think, what could I do for myself that would give me a little bit more control? And then as I started to have success, things started to change. And what could I do for humanity? So my big thing right now is all about trying to provide opportunity for every single person that's looking for opportunity in their life and give them an exact roadmap. So if they're basically saying, hey, this is where I'm at right now, but I'm not going to accept it. I'm going to look for an opportunity so that I can get to the life of my dreams. And so my purpose is really to provide that opportunity that in my mind, hundreds of millions of people worldwide are on their hands and knees praying for. And I want to be able to take everything I've learned over the last 30 years and show them, hey, this isn't the only way to have success, but this is something that I 100% know for sure works, and you can be successful with it as long as you have that mental toughness to stay. And so mine kind of switched from all about kind of myself, not wanting to work just these jobs, that same thing, 12 hours a day, and it's like, man, there's got to be something better. And then once I kind of got myself under control and started to say like, hey, I'm making some pretty decent money, then I really wanted to give more, help more, give back. There's a song, I don't know if she originated it, but for anybody listening, it's called I Was Here from Beyonce. Listen to that song, listen to the words, I was here. And that's kind of my purpose. When I'm long gone, I still want to have made enough of an impact on human beings' life that they realize that I was here. I lived on this earth at a specific time and made a difference. And so I don't know what each person's impact is, but just so many people that I've worked at, it kind of starts like selfish, taking care of ourselves, taking care of our family, making sure that that's taken care of. But almost everybody that I've met that has built, success past that, so they know that their basic, comfort is taken care of. Almost all of them are reaching out to see how they can make an impact on so many other people. And to me, that's what excites me. I just love seeing people going out there, giving back, trying to empower other people and helping them. And so, it's all based on what you're feeding in your mind. So often with the media, everything being negative and all of this, you start to think, man, this world is a crazy place. And it can be, but it's also an absolutely amazing place. Some people can be like, oh man, life is tough. Of course life is tough, but man, life is absolutely incredible. The experiences that we can have, the impact we can have on others, there's nothing else like it. So I would just say, get what you want. Understand what you want. I honestly believe, Mo, that most people don't know what they want. And it's kind of like, man, if I go shopping and I have I rarely do that. I usually don't go. I don't really go shopping. I go to purchase something. I already know what I'm going to buy before I even walk in. But for me, some of those people that just like to go shopping and have no clue what they want, I feel like a lot of people go through life that way. And I'm like, man, good grief. What are you looking for? I don't know. If I see it, I'll know then. You know what I mean? And it's like, man, how do you go through and plan on being successful when it's like, oh, I'll know it when I find it?
Yeah. No, that's such a great metaphor. I mean, there are literally people that are living their entire lives as window shoppers, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah.
Just kind of browsing through life, not knowing what to look for. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we're going to come back and close out the final 15 minutes with you, Dan. So we're going to take a 1-minute break and come back. This is Money Forum live on the Los Angeles Tribune Television Network. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And I really loved specifically that the last few minutes of what you were sharing, Dan. And I'd love for us to pick right back up, because there's so many gems and nuggets of wisdom in your life experience. Clearly, you're a seasoned veteran in the world of business. I can just kind of tell by your demeanor and by all of these nuggets that you're sharing with us. You're definitely not a rookie, and you're definitely not playing in the minor leagues. And so I'd love for us to kind of spend the next 15, 20 minutes that we have with you to double down on a lot of the things that you've already shared, but let's take it a little bit deeper. This idea of a lot of people don't even know what they want. It sounds simple, but it's very profound. You know, how many folks have a general vague idea? I mean, there are a lot of people that have the spiritual conviction of being specific with what you want in the universe. And Brian Tracy, who's been on our network, talks about having specific kinds of goals, and you know, not leaving things open for interpretation subconsciously. And so how important has knowing that in your life been for you? In other words, having specific goals, having a specific metric for what you want to accomplish in a year, as opposed to a lot of people that are watching this that say, you know, you ask them what they want, they say, I want to be rich. Well, what does that really mean? Or I want to be successful. What does that really mean? So I want to talk a little bit about goal setting, because I know that goal setting is also very much intermingled with team building, right? When you're building a team, you instill goals for the teams to achieve individually and collectively. And so how important has goal setting been? What have you done in your personal life, in your business life, and how do you instill that in others to go ahead and achieve particular goals? Please, Dan.
Yeah, fantastic. I love that. For me, goal setting is kind of two phases, right? I'm really big into analytics. I think for marketing, you have to know exactly how much it costs to develop a lead, how much it costs a customer, what's the lifetime worth of that customer. And so many people really have no idea like how their marketing's working. They really don't pay attention to all of that. So when I look at setting a goal, I basically set a goal, and then I break down an exact game plan of what I'm going to focus on to achieve that goal. So if my goal is financially, and I'm in a business, I'm going to break down, like if I want to make $1 million a year, I'm going to break that down to exactly what I need to do in order to, you know, make that. So like how many sales do I need on my team to make $1 million in a year? And then how many of that does it need to be in a quarter? How much does that break down to per month? How much does that break down to per week? How much does that break down to per day? What do I need to do per hour? And then I start kind of you know, scaling up on just those daily activities that if I continue to do them are going to allow me to check and see if I'm on course. And so if I have, like you said, I want to be rich, well, what is rich? You know, some people can live an absolutely incredible life on 50 or 60,000 a year. Some people can't get by on 2 or 3 million. It really depends, you know, where you live, what your goals are, what you consider to be wealthy or not wealthy. You know, and the list goes on. I saw something with Grant Cardone saying, I mean, how do you live on like 10 million a year? I spend, you know, $10 million just feeding my jet. And then other people are like, man, $10 million a year. How in the world would you spend that type of money? I don't even think I could spend 10 million in a lifetime. So the first thing you have to realize is based on your own personal goals, they're significantly different, but I can't just have a goal that, hey, I want a private jet and what's that going to mean? Okay, it's going to be this much money, and you don't even consider, oh, well, that's going to be millions of dollars a year just in maintenance and gas and you know, all of these other things that you got to do. A lot of times people want these things. Oh, I want a Lamborghini, but then they don't realize, well, man, then you're going to be, you know, a couple $1,000s a month in insurance, and then you're going to be like, instead of like $70 for an oil change, it might be $10,000 for an oil change. Instead of like $600 or $700 when you replace the tires, you're going to be $10,000 when you replace the tires. So a lot of times people don't look at the big picture of exactly what they need. But any goal that I have, I break it down to almost to the hourly. And again, I'm not going to be able to tell every hour if I'm on pace, but every month I'm going to. And I try and give myself at least 90 days. So if I come up with a game plan, okay, this is the plan that I'm going to do to reach these goals, regardless of what the goals are. Some are the daily goals that you have every day. You're going to accomplish those. Others are weekly, monthly, yearly. Some are like goals over the next 5 years to 10 years. But regardless of what it is, I break it down to what I'm going to do today, what I'm going to do tomorrow, and I keep that going. But then I also evaluate monthly and quarterly, so I can kind of see, because if I have this game plan, if this is what I'm going to follow, let's say, for example, I want to transform my body, I want to lose fat. And so, okay, I have this exact game plan. This is the diet I'm going to follow. This is the movement. This is the exercise I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do mentally. These are the supplements I'm going to take. This is my accountability partners. And so I really focus on this transformation, and I follow it for 30 days, and I do exactly what I thought I was going to do. I'm going to evaluate and basically say, okay, how is this working? Did I stick to it? Didn't I stick to it? If I didn't stick to it, I don't have any information to tell or not. But if I stuck to it perfectly, and the results aren't even close to what I expected, then I might evaluate for that next month and change things up. If a month's not a long enough period of time to kind of see if I'm moving in the right direction, I haven't arrived yet, but am I going to arrive to that goal if I keep doing what I'm doing? Like my biggest goal this year is to get my daily habits down. The next year on December 31st, I'm basically just like, hey, I just want to keep doing what I'm doing. I don't want to be like, oh, I got to make all of these changes. And that's kind of what I see. But so hopefully that makes sense. But when I'm looking at goals, okay, this is my end destination, but there's all these things in between that I have to do. So I start with, maybe a bigger goal, but then I break that all the way down to what do I need to be doing every single hour of the day in order to have the chance of reaching that, and then have that self-evaluation. Did I really do what my plan was? I mean, was I 100% on? Was I 80% on, 50% on, not on at all? And then that way you actually have a way to see, is this working? Do I see any light at the end of the tunnel? Can I keep pushing through this and reach those end goals? And I really don't think that most people plan things out that much. They're too vague. They give themselves too much freedom and too many possible excuses to not reach your end destination.
Well, thank you for that, Dan. And what I heard from that was, I think the key point there was to break things down as specifically and maybe as micro as possible. When you mentioned that one of your greatest goals is to develop your daily habits, that's oftentimes overlooked by a lot of people because it may not sound so sexy, right? Yeah. Drinking a cup of water every day might not sound like the ultimate goal for a person, or going to the gym, or making an extra phone call if you're in sales or whatever. But it sounds like ultimately you cannot escape the simple things in life is what I'm hearing from you. Kind of doubling down on those things. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yeah, so I look at like change in life is all about transformation. And I kind of think the transformation, there's kind of 5 parts of that. Almost no matter what you're trying to transform, the first one that I focus on is your mind, right? If your mind's not right, the chances of you sticking through the hard times, which I can guarantee regardless of what business or what you're trying to do financially, it's going to be, up and down and sideways and everything that you can imagine. It's not going to go quite as perfectly or as easy as you think it is, no matter how much experience you have. When I launch things now, there's still problems every single time. Not always the same problems. I don't want to keep making the same mistakes over and over, but there's things that come up that you're not really in control of. And so getting your mind right, I always say that the psychology, the mind is the first part, because we do the things that we think about. And so then the next thing I would say is what we're feeding our mind is massive, but then it goes into what are we feeding our body. I think nutrition is big in pretty much everything. If you want to have the longevity and be able to be at the top of the game for decades, then you need to take care of that. I also think movement, just for the stress relief, for the different hormones and things like that. And then depending on what you're going at or what you're doing. It can get into, personal development and accountability. I think the reason that personal development's always part of it is because things always change. There's some basic fundamentals that might go on for decades, potentially even centuries, but things are always going to change of like exactly how you do things. I mean, when I look back, when I got started, I graduated high school in 1992, graduated college in 1996. I didn't have cell phones or anything like during any of those times. So I was all the way through college before I even had a cell phone. There was no social media until, I was well past any of that. And if I just did the things that I did pre-cell phone, pre-internet, I'm missing so much of the big picture. And I think so often people don't really realize that times are changing, and standing still is actually going backwards. There is no standing still. You're going forward or you're going back, because time doesn't stand still and people continue to progress. So if you're not going in that direction, you're actually going backwards.
That's a brilliant thing that I wanted to highlight. Socrates said, if you are not growing, you are decaying. Yeah. And that's exactly right, Dan. And we've spent an hour now with you, and you've been able to graciously share your wisdom with our audience, graciously share your leadership skills with our audience. We thank you. We appreciate you. We're going to be closing the segment out now. But before we do that, we're going to give you the full floor to speak and share any final thoughts, final words of wisdom, and anything you'd like to share with our international audience before we move on to the next segment. Please, Dan.
Yeah, this is the last thing I'll share, kind of two quick parts. The first one, I'll go all the way back to my very first day of college, freshman in college, first course, Intro to Investments. The professor handed out a syllabus that said how to retire a millionaire. And a lot of people are probably seeing like this. At the time, again, I'm 18 years old. I have on my desk, first day of college, how to retire a millionaire. And basically is one of those things that if you put aside X number of dollars per month for whatever period of time in the United States, they kind of say retirement age is 65. So it went all the way to 65, where it was the basic concept. So at 18 years old, you needed to invest around $75 a month, get an average return of around 10% a year, and by the time you're 65, you're got over $1 million. I literally looked around the room and I thought, man, he just showed every single person how to retire a millionaire. And you can do it at 18 years old with as little as $75. I wondered how many people are actually going to do it. And I said, I don't know how many are going to do it, but I know one thing, I'm going to do it. So I went and talked to my dad first, found 3 mutual funds, put $25 in each one for the $75. I'm 48 years old right now. I still have those same 3 mutual funds, in addition to a lot of other things. So I basically had a plan of how I would retire a millionaire. I decided to do it, and I've stuck to that now for 30 years. I've been putting aside $75 a month every single month for 30 years. And it's on pace. It's actually past the pace of where it needs to be. So that was just one plan that I had when I was 18 years old. It was basically going to assure that I retire a millionaire. So that's one thing. Have a plan that can reach your desired outcome and stick to the plan. And the other thing is don't be so fast at quitting. I think that we become, where we are right now today is a direct result of our daily habits of the last 3, 6, 9 months, 3, 6, 9 years. And so quitting actually becomes a habit. And so I think that you want to make up your mind, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be successful. And again, remember, all transformation starts with this right here. So start having that mindset. So start controlling your mind. The last thing I'll end this on is I heard this saying that I think about all the time. And it said, if you truly knew how powerful your brain was, you would never have even one negative thought. Think about that. If you knew how powerful your brain was, you'd never have a negative thought. So the first thing that we need to focus on controlling is our mind. We need to start thinking that we're going to be successful. We need to start thinking, if somebody can do it, I can do it. If it's possible, then I have a shot. And I'm not going to quit. Other people are going to quit way before I do. I'm going to follow the plan, and start talking to yourself that way. And I think that those simple things, you hear about them all the time. And I can't even tell you, Mo, I bet you 5-6 years, I just thought, oh, I already know what I want, before I really started focusing on manifesting things into my life. And when I go back also, and I see negative things that have happened to me, I can almost break down to how I actually manifested those negative things into my life by how I was thinking. And again, once you start thinking is how you start acting and reacting. And so now how I start treating people and doing things aren't even based on anything that happened in reality. It's all things that happened in my mind. And then I start to manifest these negative things into my life. And then I start thinking, wow, I almost noticed that before the positive. But I can also go back and start to see when I started to have success, it started with the way I was thinking, which controlled the things that I was doing and those. So I would really say that one thing, just think to yourself, if you truly knew how powerful your brain was, and every human brain, you'd never have a negative thought.
Wow. And as we're wrapping up this hour, Dan, I want to say this past hour has been such a pleasure to listen to, but more importantly, participate in. As I mentioned earlier, you're a man of immense wisdom, and clearly you're very seasoned. And so we would love to invite you back again. And if you could find time in your schedule to join this community again in the very near future, so we can have a part 2 of this dialogue, I believe that would be very apropos, especially given these uncertain economic times where a lot of people are very confused, frustrated, and afraid. And hearing you kind of puts me at ease. I hear Dan, I feel calm, I feel collective, and I'm focused on making things happen. So thank you so much, Dan. We do have to wrap up because we have limited time on the program. But with that being said, thank you so much, Dan. You've been an absolute pleasure and privilege to speak with you, and we'll be right back with the next segment, folks. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Adora.
Hello. All right. That was such a powerful segment to end this magnificent series that we've had. I didn't know to call it series, a show, but this
It's all of it.
we've been on, right?
I feel the same thing. I was taking a lot of notes. He was touching on a lot of key points about leadership, about preparation. One of the things that I really admired about what he was saying that I think is really crucial for those who are stepping into greater levels of leadership and purpose is you being the person who goes first, right? Often people think that leadership is about delegating, and that's an aspect of it. But what it really means is to go first, is to be the model, is to show people how to get the job done and be willing to do the hard things. And we live in a day and age where we want to outsource a lot of things, but understanding the ins and outs of your business is instrumental. If you lose a team member, you have to be willing to know how to do the things. And he also kind of reminded me of little things I get to outsource more in my life, right? I have a cleaning lady, but pretty soon I was like, I want like a chef, somebody to drive me. I'm like, little by little, I'm going to start bringing these more things. But it reminds me that like I've done the things. I'm at a space in my life right now where I'm ready to do more of that, and really valuing how much you are worth per hour, I think is a really important concept. So he touched on a lot of really, really instrumental things in leadership, in business, and of just being a great human in the world. So I took a lot of notes. I really enjoyed that conversation.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for that, Adora, Carissa. And, as we wrap up this incredible internationally broadcasted program, which had participants from all over the world interact live with all of these great speakers, I know that Adora, Carissa, who in her own right is one of the preeminent women thought leaders, especially of her generation and her age group. Very few millennials have stepped into the thought leadership space, and very few millennials have stepped into being able to coach at the high level that she coaches and facilitates and guides at. So I just want to take a few minutes here in closing to give Carissa the floor and play the role of a speaker and a teacher. And, Carissa, something that few people know about you, and I hope I'm not spilling the beans here, you yourself are a very successful business owner. I mean, you yourself are actually in the top 2, maybe 1% of people in your age group as far as what you've been able to accomplish in business. And even though your background is in psychology, you've excelled in business. And so I'm curious what you have to contribute, given that we're now, at the very, very tail end. And we wanted to make sure that you also have a floor to share some of your expertise. Carissa, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I was thinking about what I would like to say, and so much has already been covered, so I don't want to reiterate what's been said. But two of the key important things that I think would be really important to touch on is many people who are entrepreneurs, who are leading this next generation of individuals, are taking this work very serious. And I love it. I think that as leaders, it's important to do good work in the world. It's important to think about how we want to show up and take the work serious. But when we get so hyper serious around what we're doing, it kind of robs us of the human experience that we get to have. And I think a really important aspect of being a high achiever, being a good leader, is often bringing play and humor into your life. And I know Mo does that a lot, right? He brings in that. And so for me, what I would really love to share and add to this conversation is we can take life so serious, and we can take this work so seriously that it really gets in the way of us remembering that we can play our way to prosperity. We can get the job done, and we can bring in joy. We can bring in laughter. What I'm taking away from this conversation here over these last 4 days is that there's a lot of difficult things that are happening in the world, and there's a lot of people who are really struggling. And it is our responsibility as leaders to step forth and lead the generation through hope, through remembering that we have power, through remembering that we are supported, through remembering that we have tools that are accessible to us. And when we can move from my studies, I've learned about the psychology of success, I've learned about the energy of wealth creation. A lot of my studies are now in shamanism and these ancient tools and practices to be able to get to this executive level, this brain state of success and leadership and wealth creation. We have to move out of survival. We have to get in touch with our trauma, our own healing, and heal ourselves to our purpose, and clear out the energy that's getting in the way of us showing up authentically, compassionately, effectively, and transparently in a world that desperately needs us. So my work in transcendent leadership, which is my ascension leadership model, really supports that, moving from the survival brain to the emotional brain to the executive brain. So I think that we can play our way to prosperity, that we can lighten up in a world that really needs hope and optimism. And as we get into a place of doing this healing work, we energetically expand our magnetic field, which only allows us to magnetize these opportunities. And the second thing with that is I also want to say that giving is fundamentally the essence of life. right? The sun gives to us, the earth gives to us. We get to give back into the world. And there are many people who are financially or bank rich, but spiritually poor. I work with a lot of successful individuals who have more money than you could ever imagine, who feel like they don't have a purpose, who feel like they aren't doing enough, right? We talked about this a lot with Jessa. And if you are able to do good work in the world and you feel fulfilled, all of the money in the world would only be amplified. You know, we talked with Naveen Jain, who also discussed solving people's problems. The money that you have in this lifetime will never make up for the purpose and the fulfillment that you are meant to give back. So there are a million ways to make $1 million, but take that money and do good work with it. Lean into the laws of reciprocity, lean into the power of your heart, the magnetic field, the scientific magnetic frequency and the field of your heart. And I think that we are stepping into a very unique time in history. We can make a lot of difference by taking these principles, by applying them and doing good work in the world. And so letting this work be bigger than you, anchoring in a why that is powerful, that is serves a purpose that is beyond that you want a jet. I mean, I want a jet. I want all the fancy, luxurious bags, but at the same time, I think that we all get to come from a place of generosity, of giving back, and that fundamentally is what makes the world go around. So you get to be rich in life, but you also get to be rich in friendships, get to be rich in happiness and joy and in health. And that is, you know, I think the greatest richness that we can all experience. And Napoleon Hill has talked about that with wealth is not just what you have in your bank, but it is the quality of life that you live. And so it's been a pleasure and honor to be a part of this production, to be here on this live broadcast. I know many of you are still going to be having these conversations. You can feel free to share this work. It's going to be up live for at least a couple more days. And hopefully you can join us on our next production. So thank you so much, Mo, for giving me the floor and giving me the opportunity to serve in this way. I'm really enjoying the impact that we've made these last 4 days. You're muted.
Thank you so much for that, Carissa. And of course, in just a couple short weeks, you'll be joining us at the Best You Expo's newsroom. Of course, we at the Los Angeles Tribune are proud to be one of the official partners of the Best You Expo. We're going to be spending the next few days with some special shows and special broadcasts just talking about the expo. And consequently, you can come visit Carissa. I know that there's so many people here were leaving comments about you, Carissa, and you know, you got a lot of fans. So if you want to meet her in person, you can do that by joining us at the Best You Expo newsroom, where there will be a red carpet, where there will be a backdrop, where there will be journalists, where there will be opportunities for you to share your story. We're going to have 60-minute interview opportunities for folks that sign up. We're going to have more in-depth interviews for any authors and speakers and business owners that are doing things that are culturally significant, doing things that are significant to the community. If you're uplifting the world, if you're inspiring the world, we want to hear your story. And so with that being said, we encourage everyone to please go ahead and register by scanning this QR code. If you're watching it on replay, be sure to join us at the official Los Angeles Tribune newsroom at the Los Angeles Convention Center. This is a union and a honor for us to be able to cover what's happening in Los Angeles. And so I'm going to bring up the senior editor of the Leadership Edition newspaper now to also share a couple words. In closing, we're going to bring up a couple of the executive producers, Isabel and Adora, some of the executive producers of this program, just to share some final words, final thoughts as we wrap up here in the next few minutes. And with that being said, let's kick it off with Miss Isabel. Mrs. Isabel, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an exciting last few days where my mind is completely full. And I know that the viewers who have been watching, even if they've been watching the last hour, they've been watching this whole day, they've been watching the last 4 days, there is so much information to be shared and gained when you enter a community where everyone just loves to learn new things, be that student, share their expertise, and heck, even sharing the things that they struggled with to get to where they are today, because there is a true learning. I guess the word I'll use. There's a true love in failure, because you have to move forward, and you can't be afraid of stumbling. You can't be afraid of falling. You can't be afraid of, oh, if I do this in such a public forum, I'm gonna be so embarrassed. Love your embarrassment, love all of that, because that's the journey. That is the confidence that you gain to get on platforms like this, to talk about the things that you are extremely passionate about. We love the nerds, we love the geeks, we love the people who are fascinated with the unknown, because once they get on a platform like this and they just share all of it that they have, their essence, their ability, that the knowledge that they've gained over years, decades even, when they get on a platform like this, you benefit from that, because there are opportunities that you may not know even existed until today. So thank you so much to the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you, Adora, Carissa, Ava, David, Mo. And thank you to all of the speakers that have come on the last few days. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for the insane amount of confidence that you have to come onto this stage and share with the audience, share with you, the listener, these amazing things. So I'm super excited. I can't wait for the Best You Expo, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you there. And if not, then I look forward to seeing you next time in the virtual space.
That was a lovely share. I'm feeling super empowered by your words, and I know that many other people are as well. You know, something I want to touch on here, as I'll pass it over to Adora and Ava in a moment, is, you know, the wealth and money and investing money can seem very overwhelming at times. And it's, you know, what I think we did a good job of covering the last 4 days is not only how to make it, but how to invest it, how to become the person who can hold it and do well with it, you know, how to give back with it. There's so many aspects of money and investing that I think we did a really good job of covering, and the very eclectic backgrounds of each individual person that has come here today was instrumental in giving a complete and a holistic vision of what money is, and the energetics of it and the practicality of it. And there are, again, I'll say this, there are a million ways to make $1 million. Every single person who has been on this virtual stage has made it differently. So it goes to show you there's not one. Yes, success leaves clues, but there is not one blueprint to success. There is not one blueprint to making money. There are so many different ways. So when you come into alignment with yourself, when you take this information, you apply it in your own life, you will find your very unique way to do it. You will find your voice. Every single person here on this stage has their own unique journey that they have gone through, and we all stand as a testament to what's possible for everyone. I know in the past I've looked at people on stage or hosting and thought, wow, how can that be me? And now this is because I visualized I would join training like this and I applied it. So we are no different than you in a way that we all come and we were cut from the same cloth. So go home, apply this information, and do something about it. And we'll see you at the Best You Expo, because I know that those of you who are in this virtual auditorium are going to want to get in person. That will make the biggest difference. So thank you so much to Los Angeles Tribune and everybody who has shared their time and energy here today. This was an absolute incredible public service.
Awesome.
And I want to kick it. I'm sorry, Dora. I just wanted to kick it off to the senior editor.
Woohoo!
Which is, I think you were going to do the same thing anyways.
I
Dora.
was, yes.
Well, I am so grateful for the last 4 days. It has been amazing. Mo, thank you so much for the introduction, and Adora, thank you for the starting introduction. And I am just so grateful. The last 4 days has been filled with strategies and hope. You know, there are two voices that we get to listen to. We either listen to it's the doom and gloom and, you know, the recession and all those words, or you listen to channels like this one, like the Los Angeles Tribune, where as things are dropping and things are going the other way, the people who are, you know, who are ready, whose mindsets are established, whose hopes are high, really take advantage. Like hearing the story of Vince Caruso, the man behind, you know, new to the streets, NASDAQ, who actually took advantage of, you know, COVID and everything being closed in New York, and created an awesome new way for us to see media. I'm like, what are the opportunities that are on our way? And just keeping that open mind and listening to the people who are saying there are possibilities. I love what Carissa says. You know, Carissa, that's my favorite quote. Now, there are a million ways to make $1 million, and it's just what exactly we did in the last 4 days, is showing all of these million ways to make $1 million, and the importance of giving it back, which is the theme of our day 4. And so for all of our speakers who gave everything they've got, holding nothing back, thank you so much. And of course, all our hosts who, oh my gosh, I think Carissa and Adora, you held the fort, love Isabel and David and most energy. Thank you so much for all of you who stayed with us the 4 days, and I'd say follow the Los Angeles Tribune, put that, that bell, that when we come live, you would hear it and see us. And we'd love to be able to keep bringing you all of the amazing and positivity out there, including what's coming up in the newspaper, the special Thought Leader edition of the Los Angeles Tribune coming out soon. So keep on the watch. Thank you.
Mo, you're muted.
Thank you
That's a
for
Mo
that.
signature now.
Is there a tagline for the event? You're on mute.
That's true. And Bernardo Moya, called you the smile of the Los Angeles Tribune. And I love that moniker. You really are the smile. You're the heart. You're the joy of the work that we're doing. And so in closing here, I want to thank all of our participants in the virtual auditorium. I want to thank the 24,000 folks that kicked off day 1 with us. If you're watching this on replay on a Roku television network, where we bring you the world's #1 leadership content, where we have had so many different thought leaders over the course of the last several years, we have hundreds of hours worth of content available for you on the Los Angeles Tribune television network, where you name it, if they were in the personal development category, we've had them here, and we've been able to accumulate a roster of content from the top thought leaders of the world for you, the folks watching at home. And stay tuned for some big announcements in the next couple months regarding our television network. We're working to make that even more accessible and even more feasible for folks that may not have a Roku television device. And so stay tuned for the Los Angeles Tribune Television Network 2.0. We're going to be doing that alongside some of our partners like David Fagan, Top Talent Agency. I want to give a shout out and thanks to David Fagan. Nobody has believed in the Los Angeles Tribune more than David Fagan, and nobody has invested more of their resources and energy and mind and time than David Fagan. So we thank him for everything that he personally has done for us. And along with the Top Talent Agency team, Jessica and Julia and Isabel, and I'm not going to name any more, because what happens is when we start giving names of the folks at Top Talent Agency, other companies try to take those people away. So I'm not going to name any more, and I'm also not going to name any more names of the LA Tribune, because too many people tried to take them away, because these are the best of the best, the cream of the crop, a la creme. And so with that being said, I want to thank everyone in the community. Thank everyone that's watching this on replay. Special thanks to Naveen Jain. Special thanks to David Meltzer. And with that being said, I put the bat signal up for David Fagan. I put a big giant D and an F, and he popped in. So David, you barely made it. We were about to go off the air, but I'm lucky.
Dora also needed to share her last words too, Mo.
I beg your pardon?
Let's go. Come on. Don't hold that on.
No, David, you're right on time. You just got the thank you. So
absolutely.
Yes,
and so
thank you.
David Fagan, if you have anything to close us out with, I shared my closing thoughts. If you'd like to close us out, we're here now at the tail end of day 4, please.
Well, that's really the reason I came on. After hearing your closing thoughts, I thought, well, I better get on here and clean this thing up, see if I can get this ship back and steered in the right direction. No, this has always been fun. I say behalf of all of us, because I'm not trying to speak for everyone here, but we are very thankful to you, Mo, and the Los Angeles Tribune. I've really tried to underline the fact that, we're not really the Tribune. We're proud contributors. We're proud, we get the chance to write sometimes and speak sometimes and co-host sometimes, but that's only possible because you've created the platform. So thank you. I know for sure me and Isabel are very thankful for that. We represent a lot of people professionally, personally, and we like to represent people that, are really doing some good in the world. And so when a platform like this, a broadcast like this comes along where we can spotlight those people doing good in the world, we feel very fortunate. And this event, this broadcast has, really brought us some great people. So I would also end with saying that, there are some recordings. If you did miss some of this, we will make it available for you. Other ways to listen to it and share it. So you didn't miss out. For all of you that had FOMO, it's okay. We're gonna find a way that you can go back and watch some of these, and I hope you get the chance to do that. But the people here are the people that we've had over the last couple of days. These are the people that we're all really in search of, right? The people that don't just talk about it, they're doers. And one of my quotes that's been most shared throughout various media platforms is, dreaming is good, doing is better. You know, I'll take a doer over a dreamer every day. And I don't mind being a little bit controversial at times, but in that spirit of being somewhat of a contrarian, I will kind of pick on the dreamer. I will kind of tease the dreamer. And I know we've got some dreamers in the room, so don't get too frustrated with me. But what I mean by that is, to me, a lot of times I think of the dreamers with, they got a lot of ideas, they've got a lot of hopes, but hope isn't a strategy. An idea, isn't anything until there's action, right? And so I love the doers. I love the people that are experimenting. I love the people that are, sometimes even failing forward at times. And that's what we've gotten over the last couple of days, is people sharing their failures, people sharing how they're taking action, people sharing, what they're doing. And so thank you to the Tribune for giving us a platform to bring those doers forward and to learn from the things that they have been doing, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I look forward to the next time the Tribune creates something. And I'm sure it won't look like this, because it's always evolving, it's always improving. I know there's a lot of things being discussed, everything from awards, galas, to film festivals, to, oh man, the list goes on and on. So I'm excited to see what that looks like in the future.
Thank you so much. And again, just a quick reminder, if you want to spend some time in person with the faces you see on the screen right now, they will be available for meet and greets and for photo ops at the Best You Expo. So come join us at especially our newsroom. We know that there will be a bookstore close by, and we're going to be doing a couple programs just talking about the expo in the next week, specifically just dissecting why folks in the Los Angeles community and around the world should be joining us here if you really want to uplift your life and uplift your business. And we've done so many different, just in the last 30 seconds here in closing, we've done so many different events. We had the honor and privilege of working alongside the Napoleon Hill Foundation and Adora Evans, doing a fundraiser for the Napoleon Hill Foundation and doing a Think and Grow Rich themed virtual event 8 months ago. About a year and a half ago, we had the honor of putting together what some media outlets called the greatest lineup that they've seen in years in personal development, where there were icons and legends. We had a total of about 16 New York Times bestselling authors in one event, which is something no one had ever seen before. And so that was an honor. We know that all the folks on the screen were involved in many of these. And of course, 4 months ago, we did the Neuroscience Summit alongside Top Talent Agency with Michael Beckwith and so many other names and neuroscientists. And this is, by the way, folks, that what you've experienced at Money Forum Live is just the first event of the year. Historically, we've done at least 2, possibly 3. But one thing that we will tell you is we have a very special surprise for the next virtual summit. We cannot announce it here. Stay tuned. It is going to be the culmination of everything you've ever experienced here in this community, but we're taking it next level. And so please stay tuned. We'll be making that announcement soon. And with that being said, unless anyone else has any final words, we're going to sign off and kick it off here with Jane King to close us out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.